Chapter 1812. Actually, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the grand, clear Lord of Tao and Virtue's personal treasures belonged to the Elder Lord. Although the Lord of Tao and Virtue had transcended, he left behind the Elder Lord. Hence, the other treasures belonged to the Elder Lord. Even if they were leaked, the Elder Lord should have allowed it. However, considering that the primordial beginning Heavenly Lord and the Lord of Numinous Treasure had left behind the Triratna scepter and green duckweed sword respectively, Yen Zhaoge wondered if the Lord of Tao and Virtue had left behind any treasures as well. The treasures that were left behind were scattered throughout the world and entered the Elder Lord's hands right from the start. With the Elder Lord's personality, he wouldn't go out of his way to look for them. The boy didn't answer Yen Zhaoge's question immediately. Instead, he thought about it for a while before speaking. I wouldn't dare to speak about the Elder Lord's matters. The boy answered cautiously. However, I don't know where the wind-fire meditation mat is. The rest should be there. After a slight pause, he peeked at the suppressed Grand Taoist Xian Du. I might know more about it. Heavenly Lord, what do you think? Upon hearing the words wind-fire meditation mat, Yen Zhaoge was slightly dazed. When he saw the boy's expression, he couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to trouble Taoist Xian Du anymore. Then he bowed towards the Tishita Palace and left the Lihan Heavens with Feng Yunsheng. Standing outside of the Lihan Heavens, Yen Zhaoge looked back at the Tishita Palace and murmured, "Good things don't work, but bad things do." He shook his head and returned to the Taoism Heavens with Feng Yunsheng. After returning to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and entering the sky beyond skies, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng returned to the broad Creed Mountain. Although they were two grand heavenly immortals, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng didn't cause too much of a commotion. As they walked, he said with a smile, "It's not easy to settle down the mortals who were originally under the heretics' rule. No wonder you didn't want to do anything. Of course, the mortal world is the best for training. If I can hide, I'll definitely hide," Yen Zhaoge said. "Speaking of which, Senior Brother Su, when will you ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm? At that time, the universe created by the sea-calming pearl will also have a cave abode. It's first come, first served." Su Fei said, "If I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. I think I still need to accumulate some experience before I dare to attempt the origin heavenly tribulation." He shook his head. Now that the great divine ancestor celestial Lord has ascended to the Tao realm, even though I no longer have the power of the great golden body of the great sage, I am already luckier than countless people with the fortune bestowed by the great divine ancestor celestial Lord in the past. I dare not be complacent. Because of this, I have to take things one step at a time. The monkey was the only one in the world who had ascended to the Tao realm. Before he took that step, he killed the victorious fighting Buddha, and after he took that step, the three golden bodies of the great sage disappeared. The Earth Yuan Stone and the Rui Jingu Bang were left behind. Yen Zhaoge, Xue Fei, and Pan Pan had nothing to be reluctant about, unless they were willing to become the clone or incarnation of the monkey. After fusing with the golden body of the great sage for more than 1,000 years, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, Pan Pan, and Su Fei were all subtly influenced by it. In the end, even without the golden body of the great sage, the three still reached the virtual immortal pinnacle realm. However, the three had to accumulate their strength seriously in order to have any hope of climbing further. Among them, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had cultivated Yang Jian's 8-9 Mysteries art. His foundation was the most stable, and he was the closest to the grand heavenly realm. Xue Fei's talent was extraordinary, and he cultivated diligently. He had already stabilized his footing, and he was about to reach the grand heavenly realm. As for Pan Pan, he was a little lazy, and Yen Zhaoge had to supervise him every day. Speaking of which, Gao Han has attained the three flowers converged crown, and is now a grand heavenly immortal. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he casually mentioned it. The new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past were truly a generation's pride. Even without the exalted Earth luminary who had entered the heretic path, two of them had ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Xue Fei nodded and praised. The exalted solar luminary is even faster than the roving jade heaven's senior Gao and senior dragon. Gao Han is indeed extraordinary. However, he's someone born before the great calamity. He's from the same era as householder Zedong and the exalted Earth luminary. He's older than senior apprentice Uncle Long and the others. Yen Zhaoge said, when Daoist Suo ascended to the grand heavenly realm, Gao Han had already attained the duo flowers converged crown much earlier than the others. Only senior apprentice Uncle Long and the others are sword cultivators. Their improvement isn't easy. They still need some time to break through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly realm. After thousands of years, the roving jade heaven's three elders, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest had already attained the duo flowers converged crown, the virtual immortal pinnacle realm. Only, as Yen Zhaoge had said, they still needed time and effort to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. The origin heavenly tribulation wasn't just for show. If one couldn't pass through it, they would instantly perish. No one could save them, and no one could help them. Gao Qingxian and the others had started cultivating in seclusion. Other than major events like attacking the immortal court, they wouldn't easily leave their seclusion to ascend to immortality. Fortunately, Taoism was flourishing once again, and the older generations didn't have to worry about having no successors. Yu Yi and Long Xueji had already ascended to the virtual immortal realm, and they were still progressing forward. For thousands of years, not only the roving jade heavens, but the entire crimson light, yang heaven, and thoughtless river had countless prodigies emerging from the various worlds. The current orthodox Taoism wasn't the same as it was in the past. In the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, it was the same situation. On the jade capital crag, Yu Zhenbei had also attained the duo flowers converged crown. Only, he was the same as Gao Qingxian and the others. He still needed to polish himself and accumulate his strength patiently. The jade capital crag's Wang Pu had pushed open the immortal door and attained the leakless true immortal body. Yu Zhenbei had already passed the jade capital crag's lineage to Wang Pu, and he focused on cultivating. Now that Nie Jingshan had returned and the immortal court had been destroyed, Yu Zhenbei's worries had all been resolved. He could now cultivate with peace of mind. Similarly, the ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliffs, Fu Yunqi felt relieved. With the hidden dangers of Fu Ting, Mengwan, and the others eliminated, Fu Yunqi could finally relax and focus on the Five Qis unification grand virtual immortal realm. It was the same for Fu Ting and Mengwan, who had also ascended to the profound immortal realm. Within Yen Zhaoge's broad Creed Mountain, among the older generations, Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan had already ascended to the profound immortal realm. However, Yuan Zhengfeng's momentum of ascension was gradually coming to an end. While Fang Zhuan still had the potential to ascend to the Five Qis unification realm, he wasn't fully confident. As the older generations within the Eight Extremities world, they were still held back. While they still enjoyed the benefits brought about by Taoism's overall improvement, they were still affected somewhat. However, the two weren't frustrated. Instead, they were very relaxed. The broad Creed Mountain lineage had a successor. Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and Feng Yinxing each had three heavenly immortals, and Su Fei was only a step away from the grand heavenly realm. Among the remaining people, young experts were also emerging endlessly. Over the past 1,000 years, the broad Creed Mountain had become more prosperous. Chapter 1813. Early on, other than Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng, whose cultivation bases were comparatively higher, the outside world was used to calling the most outstanding members of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Su Fei, Yinglong Tu, Xia Guang, and Sikong Qing, the Broad Creed Four Heroes. With the passing of time, those of the younger generation of the past had long since become the central pillars of Broad Creed Mountain, senior experts. Thanks to Xue Fei's fortuitous encounters, he was already a grand, heavenly immortal now. The remaining three had ascended to the tranquil, profound, immortal realm many years ago. Yinglong Tu had even reached the great void mystic immortal realm with his 5 Qis unifications. Further down the list, the younger generation, led by Shi Jun, were all extraordinary as well, and there was no lack of people who surpassed their masters. Amongst those that were closely related to the Yen clan were Huang Hutting and Yen Xiaoai, and they were naturally independent and had attained the tranquil, mysterious, immortal realm. Realistically speaking, other than their outstanding talent and potential being at Broad Creed Mountain, being at the forefront of the revival of Taoism, the benefits in various aspects could not be overlooked as they benefited more than others. The overall living environment of the Tao sect had changed, and all the successors of the Tao sect had benefited greatly. A better environment, more favorable conditions, more abundant products, and more systematic inheritance were all promoting the continuous emergence of talents in the Tao sect. Compared to the past, the environment was much more stable, and it also protected the growth of many geniuses, preventing them from dying prematurely. How is Senior Xue now? Su Fei asked Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga answered, I already have the confidence to trigger the profound origin tribulation. The wishes of the exalted wood luminary and the bright connection emperor have already been fulfilled. Mother no longer has anything holding her back, and her heart is untainted. There shouldn't be any problems. Like Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhuan, Xue Chuqing also felt rather regretful. When she was young, she wandered from place to place. The years of hiding had more or less delayed her cultivation. It was true that training was beneficial to his growth, but the material conditions were too poor. Although he had reunited with Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di, stabilizing himself, and had also enjoyed the benefits of improving the environment of Taoism's direct lineage, his experiences in the past still left a negative impact on him. It was very likely that part of her talent and potential would be hard to realize. Now that he had reached the 5 Qis unification realm, it was nothing difficult. However, it was hard to say how far he could go if he went any higher. Every time Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di thought of it, they would feel like wringing their hands. Xue Chuqing, on the other hand, was very open-minded, often consoling her family instead. Zhaoga, Xue Fei pondered for a moment before finally asking, while you've just ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, I feel that not only are you so powerful that you can cover the skies with your palms, but your interpretation of the world's principles is also extremely profound. As Su Fei spoke, he looked towards Yen Zhaoga. How far away are you from the Tao realm? There's a bit of distance, but Yen Zhaoga said frankly. He stretched out his hand and gestured with his thumb and forefinger. The space between the two fingers was just a little bit away from closing. A little bit. However, such a short distance, yet worlds apart. This distance might be difficult to cross for the rest of my life. Yen Zhaoga's tone was calm, as Su Fei and Feng Yunsheng did not feel disappointed at all. Feng Yunsheng herself had ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm for 1,000 years and had extraordinary strength. However, she still had a bumpy road ahead of her to attain the Tao realm. Is the route clear now? Xue Fei asked. After a moment of silence, the corner of Yen Zhaoga's mouth twitched, revealing an expression that resembled a smile. Actually, my path of ascension is already clear. Now, I just have to wait for the moment when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Feng Yunshen couldn't help but recall Yen Zhaoga's series of strange actions after meeting Gao Han. While Xue Fei didn't travel together with Yen Zhaoga previously, looking at Yen Zhaoga's expression, he vaguely felt that something was amiss. Relax, it'll be fine. Yen Zhaoga smiled, just like the 9 underworlds puzzle. Now that we've come this far, it's like a single plank bridge for everyone. Only by doing our best to cross it would we be able to see the world. After the 9 underworlds puzzle, the great sacred ancestor, Heavenly Lord, ascended to the Tao realm. The environment of us Taoism successors has completely changed. However, correspondingly, the situation is also constantly changing. Xue Fei sighed. Zhaoga, if you wish to ascend to the Tao realm, the commotion you'll cause wouldn't be any weaker than the 9 underworlds puzzle. Yen Zhaoga smiled. At the end of the day, the battle between the Tao ancestors will directly affect us. The day when the Amitabha Buddha and the vast freedom Heavenly Devil recover, the other party will definitely make a comeback, said Xue Fei in a deep tone. Currently, there were still 8 Tao ancestors remaining in this world. The Elder Lord's thoughts couldn't be discussed for now. Of the remaining 7, the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the primordial Heavenly Devil, and the vast freedom Heavenly Devil vaguely formed a line. As for the East Sovereign Tai, the monkey, and the future Buddha, they seem to be helping each other. However, the 2 Heavenly Devils and the Amitabha Buddha might not be of the same mind. The future Buddha, Maitreya, was an ally of the East Sovereign Tai. However, if he helped the East Sovereign Tai transcend, it would mean that the future Buddha would lose his staunch ally, and he would have to face the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord alone. Unless, before the East Sovereign Tai transcended, they could join hands to deal with the Amitabha Buddha or the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. For the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the situation was slightly better than the Maitreya Buddha. If the Amitabha Buddha wanted to transcend, it meant that the Maitreya Buddha had to disappear. Dong Huang Tai was now sitting on a fishing platform, waiting for the end of the era to arrive. It was hard to say whether or not he would be willing to take the risk and fight the enemy to the death. On the contrary, the monkey was the most carefree. As the Tao ancestor of the 3 clear lineage, his subordinates could be said to be the strongest. It was precisely because of the monkey's support that the East Sovereign Tai felt more at ease. However, on the other hand, if the monkey wanted to transcend in this era, he and the Taoism's lineage would be the biggest taboo. To us, each has its own pros and cons, Yen Zhaoga said. If the East Sovereign transcends in this era, it wouldn't benefit the devils at all. If the faceless Heavenly Devil doesn't descend, the Maitreya Buddha wouldn't be able to survive against the Amitabha Buddha in the next era. As long as the Amitabha Buddha eliminated the Maitreya Buddha's existence, he would be able to transcend in the next era as long as there weren't any other variables. By then, as long as the Taoism lineage didn't help the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Amitabha Buddha wouldn't become enemies with Taoism, and everyone would be able to live in peace. However, the primordial Heavenly Devil, the vast freedom Heavenly Devil, and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord might be different. By then, Taoism might be facing difficulties alone. If the Amitabha Buddha eliminates the future Buddha's existence in this era, after he transcends, no one would be faster than the East Sovereign in the next era. Xue Fei said, "It's just that when the faceless sky demon descends, the 3 great sky demons will come together. At that time, we might need the great sacred ancestor, His Majesty the East Monarch, and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to resist them." After a slight pause, Xue Fei continued, If the chances of transcending are really limited, the great sacred ancestor might not be willing to wait for 2 eras. After all, there are too many variables. If the great sacred ancestor, Heavenly Lord, transcends. Chapter 1814. The monkey had transcended. And if the orthodox Taoism didn't have a new Tao ancestor, although they wouldn't fall into the abyss, the outcome wouldn't be as easy as it was now. The orthodox Taoism's relationship with the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus wasn't exactly friendly. However, with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, primordial heavenly fiend, Amitabha Buddha, and the others by his side, everyone was standing on the same side. The Eastern Emperor Tai was friendly with the monkey, apart from the fact that the monkey was from the demon race. Another important reason was that the monkey had not shown any signs of being able to transcend in this era. Compared to his direct competitor, Amitabha, the monkey was a reliable ally to Dong Huang Tai. If the monkey also wanted to fight for the position of transcendence in this era, the relationship between the two parties would definitely change. In fact, with the monkey holding the fort and the immortal extermination formation, the combined strength of the orthodox Taoism had already surpassed the Astral Mountain Star Ocean. To the western Pure Lands and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the current orthodox Taoism was pressuring. The annihilation of the immortal court was a warning to the other forces. Even the Eastern monarch Tai and the future Buddha might be tempted. Putting aside the existence of the monkey, joining forces to destroy the immortal extermination array was an idea that tempted everyone. It was just that the conflict between Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai had reached a critical moment. The slightest mishap could turn the tables on the future Buddha's safety. Therefore, it was very difficult for the two of them to work together. That was why the orthodox Taoist sects could do whatever they wanted. Yen Zhaoge and the others had to consider it as well. After the vast freedom heavenly devil and the Amitabha Buddha recovered, they had become 4 Tao realm bigwigs alongside the primordial heavenly devil and the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Amitabha, I think it will be a little faster. The great freedom heavenly demon suffered a great loss before, so he probably needs more time to recuperate, Su Fei said. However, the day when the great freedom heavenly demon recovers might be the day when there will be trouble again. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. There is one that we should not overlook. As he spoke, he made a gesture with his hand. The shape of his fingers was very similar to that of a peacock. Mahamayuri. Feng Yunsheng and Su Fei's eyes flickered. In the 9 underworlds, Mahamayuri Kong Xian assisted the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus in order to obtain the Buddha Saraira. In the end, in the middle of the battle, they were ambushed by the western Pure Lands foreshadowing and were suppressed by the central Saha Pagoda. After that, Yen Zhaoge ascended to the grand heavenly realm, while the monkey ascended to the Tao realm. The outcome had been decided. After the central Saha Pagoda disappeared, Mahamayuri did not linger and chose to leave immediately. However, according to the agreement between the future Buddha Maitreya and him, as long as Mahamayuri did his best to assist Tao Lord Luya in the 9th netherworld puzzle, the 5th and final Buddha Saraira would belong to him. Maitreya Buddha cultivates the power of faith and will not break his promise. In this way, Mahamayuri will have gathered all 5 Buddha's Sarairas. Feng Yunsheng said, Mahamayuri is actually the winner of the 9 nether puzzle. Xue Fei frowned slightly. Although the monkey had ascended to the Tao realm, Yen Zhaoge had displayed astonishing strength when he had just ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. In Taoism's lineage, Yang Jian had improved even further. His 8-9 mysteries art continued to improve, becoming more and more abstruse. He often wanted to spar with Mahamayuri to avenge his defeat against Mahamayuri, when he was still a grand virtual immortal during the ancient era. Suo Mingzhang had just shocked the world with his battle against the five-colored divine light and remained undefeated. Moreover, due to the devil's influence, Feng Yunsheng and Nie Jingshen weren't in their best condition during the Battle of the Nine Underworlds. 1,000 years had passed, and they, who were in a period of rapid growth, had long since reached a new peak in their strength. If there were any doubts before this, Suo Mingzhang's performance had already confirmed their suspicions. Before fighting against Suo Mingzhang in the Battle of the Nine Underworlds, other than the great sage equaling heaven's true body, Mahami Yuri was most wary of Feng Yunsheng's assassination. If he didn't care about it 1,000 years ago, Kong Xian wasn't confident that he could survive Feng Yunsheng's sneak attack. The revival of Taoism was in full swing, with the continuous emergence of top-notch experts. While Mahami Yuri wasn't afraid of a battle, his dominance over those beneath the Tao realm for a long period of time would inevitably diminish. However, this was a battle between grand, heavenly realm experts beneath the Tao realm. It was completely different from the Tao realm. If Mahami Yuri succeeded in taking that step and ascended to the Tao realm, he would be in a completely different world, just like the monkey. Everyone said that the 5 Buddhas Sarairas are related to Mahami Yuri ascending to the Tao realm. If so, how far away is he from the Tao realm? Asked Xue Fei. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge with uncertainty. Is Mahami Yuri waiting for the right time? Or is he still lacking something? I feel like it's the latter, but I can't be sure. While she was strong in actual combat, her grasp of the laws of heaven and earth was slightly lacking. In terms of calculation, she was much inferior to Yan Zhaoge. Before the 3 flowers converged crown, I couldn't be sure. But now, I can say for sure that Kong Xian is still lacking a little. Yan Zhaoge said, the 5 Buddhas Sarairas are necessary, but not all. Still lacking a little. Feng Yunsheng pondered. If that's the case, it's not the Tao ancestor Junti's divine pestle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lacking something when the item is already in his hands. Yan Zhaoge lightly tapped on his temple. Perhaps it's not the Buddhism's problem. Kong Xian was never purely a Buddhism bigwig. He's also from the demon race. Feng Yunsheng and Xue Fei understood. I'm guessing that this Taoist Kong is still lacking something in the demon race. Yan Zhaoge was slightly dazed. However, the item might not be in the Astro Mountain's starry seas. Xue Fei said, if that's the case, the key is when the vast freedom heavenly devil recovers. If Mahami Yuri had the chance to ascend to the Tao realm, he would be the center of attention. The other Tao ancestors would join in as well. If Kong Xian were to ascend to the Tao realm, his next choice would be extremely crucial. It might affect the entire situation. No matter if everyone wanted to suppress Kong Xian or help him ascend to the Tao, an intense battle would definitely occur. The situation wouldn't be inferior to the 9 Underworlds situation. At that time, whether a Tao ancestor like the vast freedom heavenly devil would participate in the battle or not would directly determine the final outcome. Let's just focus on ourselves. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Feng Yunsheng and Xue Fei nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge brought Feng Yunsheng to the back mountain. Standing outside Yandi's seclusion grounds, Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. After a while, he turned to look at Feng Yunsheng and said softly, do you want to hear a story? Chapter 1815. You tell me and I'll listen. Feng Yunsheng smiled. It's fine, even if you don't tell me. Yan Zhaoge asked, you should have a lot of questions in your mind, right? I can only say that I'm curious. However, I'm not a curious person. Feng Yunsheng smiled. You know that I'm not that curious and ambitious. Even if I work hard, it's not for myself. You're much sharper than me. When I'm alone, I'll still waste my effort. When I'm with you, I'm too lazy to think about things. Just tell me what to do after you've thought it through. That's good enough. Feng Yunsheng held Yan Zhaoge's hand, their fingers interlocking. Remember what I said to you before? In this life, my greatest opinion is that I don't listen to what others say, but I listen to what you say. A smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. He turned around and looked at Yan Di's cave manor. Then he held Feng Yunsheng's hand and left. As he walked, he said, "The story might be a little long. The 9 underworlds perished, and the immortal court crumbled. A tribulation comparable to the great calamity of the past had once again brought about a drastic change to this region of creation. Taoism's lineage became the main character of history once again. At the very least, they were one of the main characters. The entire Tao sect was developing with each passing day, and it was flourishing and showing the flourishing atmosphere of the ancient and middle eras. As time passed, thousands of years had passed. Amitabha Buddha, primordial heavenly devil, immeasurable heavenly lord, Eastern sovereign Tai, the monkey, and the future Buddha, the few Tao realm bigwigs fell into silence once again, except for the monkey, who was still staring at the immeasurable heavenly lord. Eastern sovereign Tai secluded himself within the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Ever since the 9 underworlds' great calamity, no one had heard of him for thousands of years. Amitabha Buddha wanted to eliminate the future Buddha, but he couldn't do so. Once he made a move, the silent Eastern sovereign Tai would move as well. With the immortal extermination formation's assistance, the Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. However, as long as Amitabha Buddha didn't target the future Buddha, Eastern sovereign Tai wouldn't interfere in the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism. Although Orthodox Taoism had the upper hand against Orthodox Buddhism, due to their superior immortal realm experts, the Western Pure Lands could still maintain their peace. With the destruction of the immortal court, the future Buddha Maitreya, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus lived comfortably. However, if they wanted to expand their territory and convert more people, they would have to face the double pressure and competition from the Taoist sects and the demon race. As such, even the blessed lands of the White Lotus would find it hard to face the Western Pure Lands with pride. The Western Pure Lands were even more low profile, as if they had returned to the time when they sealed themselves off from the world. The Western Pure Lands did not step foot into the primordial creation that the monkey had just established, allowing Taoism, the demon race, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus to fight amongst themselves. Of course, the orthodox Taoism, which had many experts, had the upper hand. On the other hand, the immortal court heretics had been trying to make a comeback for thousands of years after their destruction. However, the immeasurable heavenly lord was constantly pestered by the monkey, making it difficult for him to concentrate on running the business. Just as some people were converted, they were immediately encircled and attacked by the 3 clear lineage. More than 10,000 years ago, after the Great Calamity, the dark era that Taoism's direct lineage had endured was now being returned to the immortal court heretics by 1,000 folds. The same great calamity, the same encirclement, the dark, bloody, and cruel era. One couldn't help but sigh. What goes around comes around. Although they often had to hide and keep a low profile, there were still some top-notch experts amongst the Taoism lineage that managed to survive. When the immortal court was destroyed, the group of heretic immortals was almost annihilated by Yan Zhaoge alone, especially the heavenly immortals and virtual immortals. None of them survived, even if the immeasurable heavenly lord wanted to nurture such heretic experts. It wouldn't be easy. As for the Taoism lineage, they wouldn't allow the immortal court to have a stable foundation to nurture their talents. Moreover, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had been eyeing them from the sidelines. As such, although the Immortal Court had been trying to make a comeback, their situation was so dire that they couldn't even be considered as a zombie. Within the vast and boundless void, a nebula silently rotated. However, very quickly, the nebula started trembling slightly and shattered into pieces. After a while, a silhouette flew out from within. It was a humongous divine vessel. It was enveloped by layers of colorful radiances, and it sailed within the void as if it was riding the winds and waves. Under the radiance's envelopment, a group of people were in high spirits, and they were discussing nonstop. After missing them 3 times, we finally caught them this time. That's right. Not only did we exterminate the heretics, we even saved tens of thousands of commoners. When we return to the Yuan Mingwen heavens and request for the sweet due to dispel the heretics' poison, our mission would be complete. Do you think that Grand Master Zhang would be able to ambush the heretics with a higher cultivation? It's hard to say. The heretics have already learned their lesson. I'm afraid they wouldn't fall for it so easily. Speaking of which, after the first great calamity, our Orthodox Taoism suffered a calamity. Many of our ancestors and seniors were killed by the heretics. Now, we'll let them know what it means by karma and how the heavens will reincarnate. As the divine vessel flew, a silhouette could be vaguely seen in the faraway void. It had the appearance of an old man. Oh, it seems like we won't be showing ourselves this time. The old man shook his head and traveled through the void with the divine vessel. After passing through the sea of stars, they returned to the Taoism cosmos. Currently, the 24 heavens of Taoism existed side by side. Within the myriad of heavens cosmos, light spots could be seen flying around. They were either traveling between the various heavens or flying towards the faraway void's boundless outskirts. It was as if many heavenly rivers were traveling. The old man and the divine vessel entered one of the 24 heavens, Yuan Mingwen heavens. Then they entered one of the worlds. Naturally, there were people guiding them. The massive divine vessel flew across the horizon and landed on a cliff. Wherever it passed by, not only other martial practitioners, but even the commoners living here were not surprised. After thousands of years, there were many changes that occurred every day. The people of today were already used to many things, and it had become a part of their lives. The surroundings around them stabilized. There were people taking care of them on the ground, while the martial practitioners on the massive vessel went down. The old man also appeared and took out a bubble-like existence from the cabin. The bubble didn't seem big, but it was extremely heavy. Only experts like the old man who had already pushed open the immortal door could grab it. Under the sun, the bubble sparkled. Many human figures could be vaguely seen. It seemed like an independent, small world within, containing the scenery of mountains and rivers, as well as many people. It didn't feel crowded at all. A middle-aged man appeared beside the old man and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior apprentice uncle. It's nothing. It's just a pity that we didn't gain anything." The old man passed the bubble to the middle-aged man. However, it's not a wasted trip to save these people. Remember to make proper arrangements. Rest assured, senior apprentice uncle, I'll make proper arrangements. The middle-aged man received the bubble. We have some empty land in this world. It's enough to make arrangements. Chapter 1816. They heard about the matter of the immeasurable heavenly lord being tainted by the heretic path. They have to be dealt with properly, instructed the elder. Don't worry, Uncle Master. The remaining sweet-pouring raindrops are sufficient to purify the heretic poison, answered the middle-aged man. The elder nodded. That's good. There are only 12,423 people this time. It's getting lesser and lesser. The middle-aged man said with a joyful expression, "When I was training outside, I once brought over 100,000 people back. I haven't seen them in recent years. The heretic remnants are getting weaker." "That's right." The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "I heard that before the heretic immortal court collapsed, there were 3,000 immortal realms and tens of thousands of worlds. Each world had billions of people. Now, they can't cause any more waves." The middle-aged man looked at his juniors who were in high spirits after getting off the boat, and could not help but smile. "They have made great contributions this time. The Heavenly Conduct Pavilion will definitely reward them." Looking at those juniors, the middle-aged man recalled how he was like that in the past. "We have to thank the Tao Lord for this." The elder revealed a gratified smile. In the current Taoist heavens, there was a heavenly conduct pavilion in every world. The pavilion issued all sorts of missions, and every Taoist martial artist could accept them. If they completed the mission successfully, they would receive all sorts of rewards. From martial arts manuals to divine weapons, from elixirs to rare treasures, there was everything one could wish for. What was even more amazing was the possibility of receiving cultivation imparting. The so-called Heavenly Conduct Pavilion was named after the heavenly conduct and the gentleman's constant self-improvement. Although there were all sorts of rewards that could help one's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, all of this still depended on one's own efforts. Receiving and completing missions were not allowed for others to do it for them, nor could they be falsely claimed. Even if it was a team mission, everyone's role would be distinguished and no one would be slacking off or gaining merit points. Above the heavens, there seemed to be a supreme ruler who would not miss out on anything and could not be deceived. For thousands of years, people had gotten used to it. Now that the culture of martial arts was strong, everyone worked hard. For such people, the Heavenly Conduct Pavilion was like the heavens had eyes and rewarded them, helping them to succeed faster and grow better. Now, the Taoist heavens gathered with new talents, showing explosive development. Although the Heavenly Path Pavilion's cultivation empowerment is slightly inferior to the fiend god empowerment of the demonic path, the advantage is that there is no need to worry about the consequences. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "I heard that it was originally created by an ambitious disciple in the Wuji Tan Tian vow, but he walked on the evil path, intending to use this method to control others and cultivate his own forces." That's right. Later on, the Lord of Tao destroyed his plot and improved this technique. In the end, it benefited all living beings and all the successors of the Tao sect. The old man nodded and said, "Tao Lord, you've destroyed the heretics and protected the orthodox Tao sect. You've cleared the world and set up the Heavenly Movement Pavilion to benefit all living beings. You've done immeasurable merit." The two looked into the distance at the same time. There, on top of the green mountain, stood a small building. The entire pavilion was shrouded in radiance. The radiance vaguely formed veins that covered the entire world. The light gathered above the pavilion and turned into a dazzling pillar of light, as if it was the pillar of this world piercing through the heavens and the earth. The pillar of light left this world and traveled through the Yuan, Mingwen heaven. Pillars of light also flew out from the other worlds in the universe. Numerous pillars of light passed through the Yuan, Mingwen heaven's boundaries and gathered in another universe. That was the Zhu Luo Royal Reed heaven. Within the Zhu Luo Royal Reed heaven, within an independent world, a tall man with a jade-like physique sat. Numerous streams of light gathered on this man's body. Within the sky beyond skies, on the broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked towards the horizon with a smile on his face. From his perspective, he could clearly see the North Ocean clone's body. Other than the visible streams of light, there were also innumerable formless radiances. While these formless radiances were faint and illusory, they were massive in number. they corresponded to the countless Taoism martial art practitioners that were accepting missions from the Heavenly Movement Pavilion. For the North Ocean clone who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, it was naturally easy for him to accurately handle the various requests. He could differentiate between the personal secrets of the younger generation martial art practitioners to not report it to Yen Zhaoge and forcefully erase it from his memories, and the loopholes that had to be monitored to prevent cheating. Up until now, the immortal bridge martial saint realm can only be achieved through the head bestowment. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said to Feng Yunsheng beside him. However, he should be able to achieve a huge breakthrough soon. By then, he should be able to reach the martial saint realm's 10th level, the human exalt realm. Feng Yunsheng said it would be great if he could achieve such results. However, the other forces are paying more attention to him. Naturally, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the greatest commotion. All along, the heretic art's greatest advantage was having a lower requirement for the martial art practitioner's talent. It allowed them to improve more easily and at a faster speed. As such, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court as a whole had a huge number of martial art practitioners. After suffering any casualties, they could quickly replenish their numbers. Theoretically speaking, as long as there was sufficient population and faith power, other than the grand heavenly realm, martial art practitioners of other realms could be obtained easily. If the population and faith power didn't have an upper limit, grand heavenly realm experts would continuously appear. However, in the recent few thousand years, the number of Taoism's lineage martial art practitioners suddenly increased explosively. Not only did their numbers increase tremendously, but their speed of improvement was also so fast that the other forces were dumbfounded. The blessed lands of the White Lotus could only watch as the number of Taoism's lineage martial art practitioners increased exponentially. In fact, even the requirement for martial art practitioners' martial art talent wasn't as strict anymore. Although the threshold for learning martial arts was still higher than the heretics, the average strength of Taoism's lineage martial art practitioners far surpassed the heretics. After a few clashes, the blessed lands of the White Lotus were in a daze. In the past, they relied on numbers to make up for the disparity in individual strength. Now, the disparity in individual strength remained the same. In terms of numbers, the blessed lands of the White Lotus didn't have much of an advantage anymore. Now, the Immortal Court's remnant forces that had become the target of scorn were even more miserable. As the number of Taoism's martial art practitioners grew exponentially, the number of Immortal Court heretics that were hunting them increased as well. Indeed, the Heavenly Conduct Pavilion could only be used against martial art practitioners below the martial saint realm. However, as the number of martial saint experts increased, more Taoism successors with a higher cultivation would naturally appear. Yen Zhaoge's method wasn't to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. It wouldn't affect the Taoism successors' self-improvement. Now that the orthodox Taoism had climbed to the peak and developed rapidly, it was within the expectations of the Western Pure Lands, the Demon Race, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, such a rapid development left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 1817. Not only are they paying attention to it, they have long since been ready to make a move. Yen Zhaoge said slowly, they are just waiting for a chance. Feng Yunsheng said slowly, I'm waiting for the great freedom, heavenly demon. The great tribulation of the 9 underworlds several thousand years ago and the subsequent collapse of the Immortal Court were also known by many as the second great calamity of this era. During that great tribulation, several Tao ancestors personally took action. In the end, Amitabha, primordial sky fiend, great freedom sky fiend, and the future Buddha Maitreya all suffered greatly. As time passed, Amitabha, Maitreya, and the primordial heavenly demon had long recovered. Only the great freedom heavenly demon, who had suffered the most back then and had almost died, remained in seclusion. After the destruction of the 9 underworlds in the past, my relationship with the demon path dissipated, and I was no longer affected by the demon path. However, I also lost the ability to sense the primordial heavenly demon and the great freedom heavenly demon. Feng Yunsheng frowned. It's hard for me to judge the current situation of the great freedom heavenly demon, and it's the same for senior brother Nia. Yan Zhaoge smiled. It's fine. We can just wait and see. He looked up at the blue sky above his head and said leisurely, if my senses aren't wrong, Kong Xian should be ready. Did Mahamayuri obtain the last thing he needed? Feng Yunsheng's eyes flashed. He should be ready by now. A profound talisman surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. Unlike the situation of the 9 underworlds that year, he might already be able to take that step now. Still, he requires the help of others to protect him, lest he might be disturbed and destroyed. This talisman was different from the origin heavenly scripture. It was a completely new existence that had never been seen before, different from the jade green or purplish gold radiance from before. The talisman within Yan Zhaoge's pupils was currently formed of numerous streams of clear qi, possessing its own profundities. There is currently no movement. This means that what he lacks is not in the hands of the East Sovereign or the future Buddha. Yan Zhaoge said softly. The Tao sect's direct descendants would naturally know if the monkey had it or not. The Grand Supreme Elders to Shita Palace had been sealed for thousands of years, and Mahamayuri had never left. Taoism, the demon race, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus often had conflicts with one another. However, against the Western Pure Lands, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the 2 great sky fiends, the Taoism, demon race, and Buddhist heretics, were still barely able to maintain their alliance. If the 3 of them had done Mahamayuri a favor, they would naturally hope to win him over to their side to fight against Amitabha and the others. Under such circumstances, they naturally hoped that Mahamayuri would ascend to the Tao realm as soon as possible and as smoothly as possible. There was no doubt that they should take action before the great freedom heavenly demon recovered. The Tao realm mighty figures were 3 against 3. The Tao faction also had the immortal execution formation. There were many experts below the Tao realm, and they had an absolute advantage. If they wanted to ensure that Mahamayuri reached the Tao realm, their chances of winning were not small. If the other side wanted to destroy it, even if they had other trump cards, it would be very difficult. They might as well hope that Lao Zi would suddenly have a sudden impulse and purposely go against Peacock. Now, however, if Yan Zhaoge's senses were not wrong, the Mahamayuri had already obtained all the things that he needed, but had yet to take that final step. This meant that the old Peacock was most likely standing on the other side. He, the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the primordial heavenly devil were all patiently waiting for the most confident moment. That would be the moment when the great freedom heavenly devil returned. Only, I wonder who among the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the primordial heavenly devil helped Kong Xian. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. In the past, during the 9 underworlds matter, Luya and the future Buddha gave him 2 Sarairas at once and helped him gather all of them. What a waste! Feng Yunsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Yan Zhaoge. Why are you acting so childish again? If Taoist, Lu, you succeeded in the past, wouldn't it be considered a waste? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Unfortunately, we can't locate Kong Xian's whereabouts. Otherwise, we could have taken action first. The smile on Feng Yunsheng's face disappeared. She pursed her lips and said, if we don't wait until the very last moment, I'm afraid that we won't be able to stop him. The Western Pure Lands had already sealed themselves. Even if they destroyed the Western Pure Lands, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Amitabha Buddha. Perhaps they could tempt the primordial heavenly devil into attacking the Amitabha Buddha, allowing everyone to attack the Amitabha Buddha together. However, the primordial heavenly devil would also worry about being in the same boat. If the Amitabha Buddha fell, it would be his and the immeasurable heavenly lord's turn next. If they were defeated one by one, they would become a joke. Even if he had other intentions, he would only do so when the great freedom heavenly devil could rejoin the battle. If the elder lord didn't make an appearance, the two heavenly devils would be considered the strongest in the world. By then, no matter what decision they made, they would be more confident. With the great freedom heavenly devil's return and Mahamyuri's attempt to ascend to the Tao realm, this era's final outcome would be decided, muttered Feng Yunsheng. With the help of the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly lord, and the two heavenly devils, Mahamyuri ascended to the Tao realm. With the five of them working together, the current balance would be broken once again. Even if the two heavenly devils or Mahamyuri had their own plans, the outcome of the battle between the East Sovereign Tai and the Amitabha Buddha would become unpredictable once again. Other than that, Feng Yunsheng looked towards Yan Zhaoge, and Yan Zhaoge slowly nodded. That's right. I'm afraid that the time for me to ascend to the Tao realm would also be during this battle. If I win this battle, the world's momentum would change because of me. If I lose, I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to start over again. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm, and he said with a smile. Feng Yunsheng's expression remained unchanged. She didn't say anything, and merely pressed her hand on Yan Zhaoge's palm. Yan Zhaoge held onto her hand. The couple looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. Will senior apprentice uncle Yan exit seclusion at that time as well? Asked Feng Yunsheng softly. By then, even if I can't think of it, I'll still be forced out by others, said Yan Zhaoge plainly. Feng Yunsheng asked, Are you done with your preparations? There's still one more thing. Yan Zhaoge said, I need to borrow the green duckweed sword from Lady Wudong. You should meditate and recuperate. I'll go look for the immortal extermination formation. And Lady Wudong. Feng Yunsheng nodded, and her figure disappeared. When she returned with the green duckweed sword and handed it over to Yan Zhaoge started his own seclusion days. In the following years, time flowed by like water. Day and night remained the same. Everything seemed to be relatively peaceful. There wasn't much of a difference compared to the past few thousand years. Until one day, this world's top-notch existences all felt that the world's creation was gradually trembling intensely. The five elements of creation, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were all in chaos. It wasn't just a single scene. Instead, the entire world's creation, the great thousand worlds, and the vast universe's five elements foundations were all in chaos. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge exited seclusion. Feng Yunsheng was waiting for him outside. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh, and a strange smile appeared on his face. It's time. Chapter 1818. Mahamyuri's five-color divine light swept across the world, his name resounding throughout the ages. The five-colored divine light sprinkled down, and it was as if the universe's creation and the five elements were moving at the same time. It was as if it was the master of creation, and many people found it difficult to resist its sharpness. When Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and reincarnation sword Buddha Chu Su opened the gate of samsara, they also triggered their opponent's karma, causing them to fall into samsara. On the other hand, Mahamyuri's five-color divine light was much more domineering and direct. It was as if the entire world was being suppressed. Enemies who couldn't withstand it would instantly be swept down by the five-color divine light, and there was almost no room for them to fight back. If he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm, the rotation of the five-colored divine light would definitely cause the entire five elements of creation to resonate. At this moment, the world was changing. The top powerhouses of the current era all sensed it. They knew that Mahamayuri was finally taking the final step and charging towards the Tao realm. This also indicated something else. The great freedom heavenly demon, who had almost died in the great tribulation of the 9 underworlds, had finally recovered. A few thousand years after the great tribulation of the 9 underworlds, another great change that would affect the entire world had officially begun. Senior apprentice uncle, Yen has yet to come out of seclusion, said Feng Yunsheng. It's fine. Yen Zhaoge shook his head and left the sky beyond skies with Feng Yunsheng. They left the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and arrived within the boundless void. At this moment, five-colored radiance could be seen everywhere, flowing endlessly, illuminating the dark universe. Including Zhu Luo and the royal reed heaven, many worlds in the various universes actually vaguely showed signs of distorting, as if they were about to break down into the primordial 5 elements. However, within the Taoist heavens, huge formations immediately rose up and enveloped the layers of universes. The numerous formations connected together and turned into a whole, protecting the entire Tao heavens. The phenomena of the collapse of the 5 elements in the various worlds instantly calmed down. Since they had guessed that Mahamayuri might be up to something, Yen Zhaoge and the other bigwigs of Taoism were naturally prepared for it. Under the suppression of the formation, there were also people to take care of it so that the various worlds of the Tao sect would not be affected. It was the same in the universe. In contrast, in the primordial world, the worlds that the orthodox Tao sects occupied and opened up were the same. Let's go. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge felt relieved. He went on their way together with Feng Yunsheng. His figure shifted illusory within space, and his target was the source of this huge change. Although there were Tao realm powerhouses helping to conceal the situation, the monkey, the Eastern monarch Tai, and the future Buddha were all alarmed as well. Mahamayuri's current location could not be hidden in the end. Yen Zhaoge's figure gradually appeared amidst space. Scanning his surroundings, a playful smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Immortal court. The universe he was in right now was clearly the starry sky that the immortal court had conquered before it was destroyed. The end of the past is the beginning of the present. Could it be that after helping Mahamayuri, it was the immeasurable heavenly Lord who made Mahamayuri owe him a favor? A tall, black-clothed man with a cold expression on his face appeared beside Yen Zhaoge. It was Nie Jingshan. Even though he was only able to ascend into the golden immortal realm in a short period of time because of the fiend god empowerment of the 9th hell, he'd been reborn after the calamity of the 9th hell, and he'd tempered his body once more and walked his own path, just like Feng Yunsheng. In the past, when he was a devil, he was the strongest devil of aged metal. In fact, he could be said to be the strongest extinct devil, with the strongest frontal combat prowess, and the grand overarching devil lord with the sharpest killing intent. Now, he was one of the strongest sword cultivators in Taoism's history. He even surpassed the purple Tenuity Emperor and the jade-clear bigwig Taoist Jade Cauldron, who possessed the earlier heaven nascent form. However, only the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, could be compared to him, and the green-clothed woman beside him. Finally, we can fight alongside each other again. Yen Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi. A smile appeared on Nie Jingshan's face. Then he retracted his smile and said seriously, "Then we'll go prepare. Be careful." Yu Yi also looked at Yen Zhaoge with concern. "Junior apprentice brother, Yen, be careful. Don't worry. Be careful as well, lest they notice something amiss and target you first, said Yin Zhaoga, Nye Jingshin, and Yu Yi cupped their hands towards him, and their figures disappeared by the void. After a while, the Taoism grand heavenly immortals manifested their true forms by the void and gathered with Yin Zhaoga and Yu Yi after greeting each other. Yin Zhaoga, Suo Mingzhang, Yang Jian, Neza, and the others looked towards the distance. Over there, the five-colored divine radiances seemed to be the center of creation, circulating endlessly. Mahamayuri's ascension to the Tao realm was a gradual process. As he took the final step, he had to constantly affect the entire creation great thousand and receive feedback from it. At the final moment, everything would undergo a qualitative change. When he stepped through the profound door, the final step would signify the birth of a new Tao ancestor. However, this also gave the obstructors a chance. Not only did Yin Zhaoga and the other Taoism grand heavenly immortals descend upon this place. Far away, Taoism Lord Luya and the other demon race great sages also arrived. No one from the western Pure Lands came. However, above the void, a shocking aura appeared. It was even more intense than the five-colored radiances that shook the creation's five elements foundation, shaking the entire great thousand. A white jade door appeared first, a Ru-E golden cudgel, and the jade door appeared at the same time, facing each other from afar. Then, a green lotus appeared on one side, while a white lotus appeared on the other. The two lotuses hovered above the void, and a graceful Buddhist chant resounded. A chaos pearl appeared beside the green lotus. At the same time, an ancient bronze bell also appeared to oppose it. In this era, the Eastern monarch Tai was currently in the lead in the contest for the transcending realm. However, if Mahamayuri ascended to the Tao realm and assisted the Amitabha Buddha, the situation might change. As such, the Eastern monarch Tai didn't continue sitting on the sidelines. However, in front of him, other than the green lotus, the jade door, and the chaos pearl, a black ancient mirror silently appeared. Looking at the ancient mirror, everyone thought, as expected, it's the vast freedom heavenly devil. The golden cudgel didn't hold back. It went for the white jade door first, and the two started fighting. On the other side, the black ancient mirror went against the white lotus. The two were in a stalemate. The ancient bell's opponent wasn't the green lotus, but the chaos pearl. Within a short period of time, the six Tao ancestors were evenly matched. The Amitabha Buddha became the only one who was left unguarded. This was within everyone's expectations. After all, the Amitabha Buddha had to be wary of the two great heavenly devils suddenly changing sides and ambushing him from behind. The current situation was more advantageous for the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the primordial heavenly devil, and the vast freedom heavenly devil to work together. However, although the Amitabha Buddha didn't make a move and seemed to be protecting the Mahamayuri, he was just watching from the side. This made the Maitreya Buddha feel like he was being guarded at all times. Chapter 1819. In terms of the number of Tao realm experts, the two sides had the advantage of 4 against 3. The fact that Amitabha was able to free his hands and advance and retreat as he pleased was not only a deterrent to Maitreya Buddha, but he was also protecting Mahamayuri at the same time, forcing the Taoism grand heavenly realm powerhouses to be cautious. Currently, the Taoism lineage had many grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts. There were more than one who could fight against Mahamayuri. As such, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands weren't present today. However, the chasm between the Tao realm and the immortal realm had erased the Taoism lineage's absolute advantage in the grand heavenly realm. Although the receiving Tao ancestor, Amitabha Buddha, had always been peaceful and rarely killed, Taoism's people wouldn't doubt his strength as a Tao ancestor. Amitabha Buddha wasn't completely unconcerned. Within the void of the Western Pure Lands, boundless baleful chi was already faintly discernible. The golden radiance and yellow mist seemed illusory, transforming into dense sword intents, causing the Buddhist Pure Lands to lose their tranquility. The Bodhi tree, lotus, and Sarira's radiance dimmed. The Dipankara Buddha and the others within the Pure Lands could feel chills, as if killing intent was about to descend upon them. The Taoism lineage's immortal extermination formation was already prepared. Once the Amitabha Buddha attacked the Taoism immortals, the immortal extermination formation would immediately descend upon the Western Pure Lands and slaughter the Buddhas. Under normal circumstances, the Amitabha Buddha would be wary of such a threat. However, today's matter concerned the future success or failure. If the situation reached a point where he had no choice but to make a decision, the Taoism people couldn't guarantee if he would still be wary of the immortal extermination formation. Just like during the 9 underworld's great tribulation, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had made up his mind to obstruct Yen Zhaoga, the monkey, and the others at the final juncture. Ignoring the immortal extermination formation's threat towards the immortal court, the immortal court's destruction proved that the immeasurable heavenly Lord's choice was correct. However, he was obstructed by the future Buddha. In the end, the Taoism lineage succeeded, and the monkey ascended to the Tao realm. In the end, even without the immortal extermination formation, the immortal court would still be destroyed. As one of the most ancient Tao ancestors in the world that was born in the primordial world before creation was created, Amitabha's decision at the critical moment was naturally not as hesitant as the immeasurable heavenly Lord, especially when he was still lagging behind the Eastern sovereign Tai. Every family has its own problems. Amitabha Buddha is not having it easy either. Although the group of Tao sects, grand heavenly immortals, felt pressured by the green lotus, none of them had any intention of retreating. Yen Zhaoga and the others looked above the void. In the process, the advantages and disadvantages of Tao, the fight between the primordial heavenly demon and the Eastern monarch Tai was temporarily out of the picture. In the battle between the monkey and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, both of them were attacking and defending. It was hard to determine who had the upper hand. However, the battle between the future Buddha Maitreya and the great freedom sky fiend began to change. Maitreya Buddha gradually gained the upper hand. Buddha mouth, Buddha of the Buddha, Buddha, God, of the Buddha. Amoth Buddha had Amen, of Am, he has. God, he has Am, of if it weren't for the fact that Amitabha Buddha was at the side and had to be vigilant at all times, Maitreya Buddha's advantage would probably be even more obvious. As time passed, under the Golden Cudgel's attack, the Jade Door started defending more and attacking less. The green lotus in the void rotated slightly. Vaguely, it seemed to be getting closer to the Jade Door and the Black Mirror. It's about time. If we wait any longer, Mahamayuri would have succeeded. Seeing that Monkey and Amitabha Buddha were already trying their best to attract Amitabha Buddha's attention, Yen Zhaoga and the others finally took action. Yen Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, Suo Mingzhang, and Yang Jian rushed towards the 5-colored radiance in the void. Tao Lord Luya and the other great demons didn't move. They looked at Neza, who was unwilling to do so. Neza, who was standing at the same spot and supporting Yen Zhaoga, and the others smiled bitterly. Their gazes were filled with envy. Even with the immortal extermination formation, there was still a bottom line if they wanted to pull the teeth of a tiger right under the nose of a Tao ancestor. At the very least, they would have a chance of escaping from the Tao ancestors' attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to take the risk. It would be equivalent to sending themselves to their deaths. Even Taoists Lu, you didn't have enough confidence, let alone the other great demons. Moreover, there were 4 Taoism's direct lineage present here. How could the demons not be discouraged? Yen Zhaoge and the others quickly rushed towards the 5-colored radiance manifested by Mahamayuri. On the way, the green lotus above their heads didn't obstruct them. This made Yen Zhaoge and the others feel gloomy. Amitabha Buddha's actions seemed to be fearless. Just as everyone was thinking about this, the green lotus in the void didn't move. Instead, the white jade door suddenly trembled. The jade door opened, and boundless radiance surged from within. Then, layers of images flickered. Countless profound talismans flew out from the jade door and fell into the universe's creation. Yen Zhaoge's pupils shrank slightly when he saw those talismans. Heavenly Essence Stone. Countless talismans walked within the void. Then, they gathered at the center and formed a slightly damaged spirit stone. As the spirit stone shook slightly, some traces of water seeped out from its surface. In the faraway void, radiance from the Heavenly Essence Stone's fragments seemed to be flickering from different directions. It might have come from Sikong Qing, who was in the Taoism heavens. It might have come from the unknown Gao Han. Even Yen Zhaoge himself had a few talismans jumping within his Naiwan palace. They were restless and wanted to fly out. After thousands of years had passed, many of those who resembled Sikong Qing had reached the end of their lifespans. The Heavenly Essence Stone talismans that belonged to them were collected by Yen Zhaoge. Now, these talismans hadn't left Yen Zhaoge's control, just like the ones in the hands of Gao Han, Sikong Qing, and the others. However, within the void in front of him, as the watery radiance circulated on the Heavenly Essence Stone's surface, illusory talismans actually appeared, filling up the last bit of its flaw. After conquering the immortal court, I relied on the sweet-pouring raindrops to research a secret technique to break through the treasured light imbued with faith power. However, it also gave the other party an advantage and allowed them to obtain something they wanted. Yen Zhaoge immediately understood what was going on. However, he could immediately tell that the Heavenly Essence Stone that seemed to have been filled up wasn't truly complete. The Heavenly Essence Stone's fragment that year was still in the hands of Taoism. Also, what the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wanted to do now didn't seem like he wanted to illuminate. The Heavenly Essence Stone that had been filled up by the illusory figure actually started burning. Under the illumination of the fiery light, Yen Zhaoge and the others simultaneously felt like they were bearing a heavy burden. Chapter 1820. Not only Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others who were close to the 5-colored divine light, even Neza, who was far away, felt extremely strained under the illumination of the Heavenly Essence Stone's blazing flames. A group of people who could barely resist against Tao realm bigwigs were currently feeling overwhelmed. Everyone was shocked. Yang Jian was the first to retreat, distancing himself from the flames. After distancing himself, the pressure on his body lessened. Yang Jian let out a sigh of relief. If the Heavenly Essence Stone continued burning, they wouldn't be able to unleash their abilities under the pressure. If that happened, the Amitabha Buddha might take them all down with a flip of his palm. If they retreated far away, the effects would lessen. Then, everyone would still have room to maneuver. However, this way, they wouldn't be able to get close to Mahamayuri, who was advancing towards the Tao realm in order to avoid the flames. Since the immeasurable Heavenly Lord dared to use this as his trump card, it meant that he was confident that Mahamayuri would be able to ascend to the Tao realm while the Heavenly Essence Stone was burning. He's actually willing to sacrifice the Heavenly Essence Stone. Yang Jian's heart jolted. He noticed that Taoist Luya and the other great demons didn't seem to be affected by the Heavenly Essence Stone. Heavenly Essence Control, Earthly Essence Sustenance, Human Essence Amalgamation. Yen Zhaoge looked at the white jade door in the void. He originated from my Taoism, which is why he walked the external Tao. He could use the complete heavenly essence stone to illuminate my Taoism's people. Now that he's burning the heavenly essence stone, he's suppressing my Taoism's people. The heavenly essence stone's foundation is the same as the earthly essence stone and human essence stone. They all originated from Muwa sovereign. Yen Zhaoge looked around. Coincidentally, were all post-celestial life forms created by Muwa sovereign after the heavens were opened. Feng Yunsheng, Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and even Neza couldn't help but feel speechless. Taoism had produced many experts in the past few years, and their prestige had spread far and wide. However, even Yang Jian and Neza, who cultivated the earliest, were born during the ancient era. The pinnacle bigwigs of Taoism, who were born during the Xiantian era, had already become history. As for the current Taoism's pillars, they were all suppressed by the heavenly essence stone. Tao Lord Luya and the other greater demons felt troubled when they saw that. While the burning of the heavenly essence stone wouldn't affect them, facing the Amitabha Buddha was much more dangerous than facing Yen Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so envious when he saw the people from the Tao sect breaking through the formation. Now that the heavenly essence stone was blocking the way and Amitabha was guarding the side, no one could move forward. They could only watch as the five-colored divine light kept flowing. As Mahamayuri got closer and closer to the Tao realm, his influence on the entire creation world grew. Boundless light stirred in the void, disintegrating more and more objects into the primordial five elements. Yen Zhaoge looked at the white jade door, then at the blazing heavenly essence stone within the air. His gaze then shifted to the vigorous five-colored divine light, and a playful expression appeared on his face. Where's fellow Taoist Nia currently? Yang Ku asked Yen Zhaoge via sound transmission. I asked senior brother Nia to help me make some arrangements. He's busy right now. Yen Zhaoge answered, Rest easy, Taoist brother. Soldiers come. Generals will deal with them. Still, perhaps only I alone will be able to pass through. Earth Essence Stone? Yang Jian looked up at the Jingu Bang, in the void. The great sacred ancestor, Celestial Lord, has already ascended to the Tao realm. Can you control the Earth Essence Stone? It won't stump me. After taking a deep breath, Yen Zhaoge continued walking forward. Everyone's gaze froze. Then, a clear chi surged above Yen Zhaoge's head, condensing into a canopy. A spirit stone appeared at the top of the canopy. It was the Earth Essence Stone, the foundation of the monkey. After the monkey ascended to the Tao realm, the three golden bodies of the great sage disappeared. Without its bearer, the Earth Essence Stone returned to its normal state. Today, Yen Zhaoge placed it at the top of the canopy. Although the profundities of the monkey's indestructible demonic body couldn't be displayed once again, the heavenly essence stone's blazing flames couldn't affect Yen Zhaoge anymore. Within the Earth Essence Stone at the top of the canopy, a formless radiance seemed to be radiating, preventing the flames from shining on Yen Zhaoge's body. His figure flashed, and instantly arrived by the five-colored divine light's side. However, at the same time, the Amitabha Buddha also made a move. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the immortal extermination formation's threat towards the Western Pure Lands and obstructed Yen Zhaoge. However, the slightest action would affect the entire situation. The heavenly essence stone flew out from the white jade door, suppressing Yen Zhaoge and the others. At this moment, the golden cudgel slammed onto the white jade door. The white jade door fell backward, while the golden cudgel continuously waved around, forcing the other party to retreat. After the green lotus made a move, the golden cudgel temporarily gave up on the white jade door and turned towards the green lotus. The Amitabha Buddha could only deal with the monkey's attacks first. On the other side, the future Buddha, Maitreya, also intensified his attacks against the vast freedom heavenly devil, forcing him to retreat. He also came to fight the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly lord, and the vast freedom heavenly devil came to assist the Amitabha Buddha, while the East Sovereign Tai and the primordial heavenly devil approached him. The Tao ancestors that were originally fighting against each other had the momentum of turning into a chaotic battle. Yen Zhaoge took this chance to approach the five-colored divine light. The canopy above his head emitted streams of clear air, which resisted against the five-colored divine light. Both sides canceled each other out. After breaking through the five-colored divine light, Yen Zhaoge directly entered. Seeing that the Amitabha Buddha was also in a chaotic battle, Tao Lord Luya wanted to catch up to Yen Zhaoge. However, a Buddha's palm immediately descended. Helpless, Tao Lord Luya hurriedly transformed into a rainbow and evaded. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid the Buddha's palm's area of effect. Fortunately, the East Sovereign Tai hurriedly extended his hand and pushed the Buddha's palm to the side. Only then did Tao Lord Luya manage to avoid the attack. However, he didn't dare to advance anymore. Above Yen Zhaoge's head, Buddha's light descended as well. It condensed into a green lotus throne, wanting to suppress him. He lifted his hand and pointed at the canopy. Streams of clear air rose upwards from the canopy, causing the green lotus throne to shift. The streams of clear air shattered, and the canopy tilted to the side. The monkey blocked the immeasurable heavenly lord with his left cudgel, while his right cudgel struck towards the Amitabha Buddha, preventing him from pursuing Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's pace didn't change. He had already stepped into the five-colored divine light. There, a white-clothed Buddha sat on the golden peacock king's back. Yen Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the top of Mahamayuri's head. There, the five Shakyamuni Sariras transformed into five golden Buddhas. They occupied the center and four corners, respectively, forming a formation. Above the five-directional Tathagata Grand Formation, there was a clump of flames. Within the flames, a skeleton was burning. The skeleton was translucent and faintly emitted a red glow as if it was a fiery red crystal. The five virtues inscription patterns were engraved on the skeleton. As they circulated, they were filled with boundless profundities. It was the skeleton of a phoenix. It wasn't an ordinary phoenix. Instead, it was the first phoenix since the creation of the heavens and earth, the birth mother of Mahamayuri, and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. So, it's the skeleton of a phoenix. Since it couldn't undergo nirvana after perishing, its skeleton wasn't completely incinerated and was preserved. Upon seeing this, Yen Zhaoge instantly understood that other than the Shakyamuni Sariras, the only thing lacking for Mahamayuri to ascend to the Tao realm was this phoenix's skeleton. Kong Xian opened his eyes and looked towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge met his gaze and calmly stared at him. Chapter 1821. One was an unparalleled greater demon who had become famous in the ancient epic and was known as one of the most powerful experts below the Tao realm, the Buddhist Wisdom King. The other one was a rising powerhouse of the current era who had shaken the world. He was the only heavenly immortal of Taoism who cultivated the three clear ones. The two had fought before. Only, at that time, Yen Zhaoge had fused the three golden bodies of the great sage, manifesting the great sage equaling heaven's true form to fight against Kong Xian. And now, he himself had arrived before Kong Xian. Kong Xian had a complex expression on his face as he looked at the perfect treasured light behind Yen Zhaoge's head, clear qi wreathing his entire body as it seemed as though it did not exist in this world, as it was hard to touch. Fellow Taoist, please. Yen Zhaoge didn't say anything else. He directly extended his hand towards the 5 directions Tathagata golden bodies above Kong Xian's head. Having waited for so many years and worked hard for so many years, Kong Xian would naturally not allow Yin Zhaoge to spoil his plans now. As long as the great formation instrument above his head was still operating, he would be getting closer and closer to the Tao realm. It was not that he could not fight the enemy. The white-clothed Buddha stood up from the golden peacock king's back. With a sweep of 5-colored divine radiances, he shot towards Yin Zhaoge. The vast divine light was like the sky and the sea, filling the void of the universe as if it was endless. The entire creation seemed to be trembling at this moment, wanting to disintegrate into the primordial 5 elements phenomenon and fuse with Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light to suppress Yin Zhaoge. The canopy above Yin Zhaoge's head, the earthly essence stone at the top of the canopy, helping him to block the fiery light formed by the burning of the heavenly essence stone. Then, the canopy itself rotated, raising streams of clear air that seemed to encompass the creation of the universe, blocking Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light. The 2 sides did not give way to each other in terms of strength, and both sides were pressuring each other. Kong Xian's breakthrough to the Tao realm shook the entire creation great thousand. As he got closer and closer to the Tao realm, the 5-colored divine light became stronger and stronger. It was as if he had refined the universe all over again. At this moment, he was stronger than he had ever been in the past. He was stronger than ever. However, that powerful 5-colored divine light was currently unable to land on Yin Zhaoge. As the canopy above Yin Zhaoge's head rotated, the vast 5-colored divine light shifted to the side. The 5-colored divine light surged unceasingly, seemingly without end, each wave higher than the previous, wanting to swallow Yin Zhaoge whole. Yin Zhaoge pointed at the canopy above his head. As the canopy revolved, streams of clear qi descended. As the clear qi floated about, it condensed into one and became colorless. In the void, there seemed to be a formless and colorless blade. Then, like cutting a piece of cloth, the blade cut through the boundless 5-colored godly light. After being sliced apart by this invisible blade, the 5-colored divine light was unable to reform and scattered. Multicolored lights drifted about like falling flowers. Kong Xian was greatly shocked, yet Yin Zhaoge did not cease in his footsteps as he had already broken through the 5-colored divine light and arrived before him. Order! The white-robed Buddha hurriedly shouted and dismounted the golden peacock king. The golden peacock king flapped its wings and flew up. It landed in the 5 directions Rulai formation and merged with the phoenix remains. There seemed to be a faint spark of fire in the eyes of the phoenix remains. Then, on Kong Xian's 5-color godlight, 5 inscriptions appeared. In the blazing crimson fire, the rosy mist of morality intertwined with black and white rose. Wisps of Yin virtue, white qi, revolved around the vigorous greenwood. In the heavy yellow soil, there was also a thick and heavy meritorious earth. The sharp platinum blade flashed with a rich, blessed purple light. Within the long black water, circles of holy virtue water ripples appeared. The earlier heaven 5 virtues and the later heaven 5 elements fused together. As they rotated, they formed a wheel shape as if the creation of the heavens and earth had been compressed into a single point. It was incomparably heavy and boundless. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change when he saw it. He still pointed his finger in the air. The streams of clear qi hanging down from the canopy condensed into a formless blade again. The colorless blade collided with the 5-colored wheel of light without making a sound. However, the true great 1,000 worlds outside and the creation of the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. Previously, when Kong Xian attempted to break through into the Tao realm, he cleansed the entire creation and disintegrated all things into the primordial phenomenon of the five elements. This process was suddenly stopped at this moment. Then, everything started to wildly reverse. The distortion between advancement and retreat caused the void of the entire universe to almost distort, as if it was about to be ripped apart. In many places, even time had temporarily stopped, closely intertwined with the original Great Thousand Worlds. The brand new creation created by the monkey in the past also distorted and became unstable. If it weren't for the fact that there were experts from various legacies keeping watch and maintaining the place, the worlds would have been destroyed by now due to the impact. Kong Xian's expression turned solemn, because the five-colored wheel of light was currently being sliced apart by the formless blade. When Taoist Luya and the others saw this scene, chills ran down their spines. It's really a human-shaped, immortal extermination formation. Everyone was sighing in their hearts, and they were speechless. The owner of the five-colored wheel of light was none other than Mahamiyuri, whose name had shaken the world. Although his position was being challenged by Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and the others, Mahamiyuri's prestige was no longer what it used to be. However, even Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and the others had to admit that they didn't have the confidence to win against Mahamiyuri. The outcome of the battle could only be determined after a true battle. Although many experts had appeared, Mahamiyuri was still an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the grand, heavenly immortal realm. At most, it could be said that he no longer had the unique position he had in the past. However, the latecomers had only caught up to him, and they were still far from being able to overtake him. Especially now, Mahamiyuri was advancing towards the Tao realm. During this period of time, his strength had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. In the past, the green lotus flag, white cloud boundary flag, yin-yang apricot flag, and floating flame flag could withstand his sharpness. However, in today's battle, even these four flags wouldn't be able to withstand Mahamiyuri's five-colored divine radiance. However, at this moment, this powerful five-colored divine radiance was sliced apart by a formless and colorless blade. This blade didn't originate from the immortal extermination formation, but from a single person, a grand, heavenly immortal who had yet to ascend to the Tao realm. Yen Zhaoge looked at the five-colored wheel of light with the five virtues inscription patterns. He raised his palm and slashed towards the void once more. Streams of clear qi condensed into a formless blade that continuously slashed downwards. The five virtues were eliminated, the five elements were dispersed, and everything was reduced to nothingness. The five-colored wheel of light was slashed apart by Yen Zhaoge. The canopy revolved and knocked away the remaining five-colored divine radiance, sending Kong Xian flying. Yen Zhaoge arrived above Kong Xian's head and pushed his palm outwards, causing the five-directional Rulai Grand Formation to tremble. The golden Buddha that was pushed by Yen Zhaoge tilted to the side. As the chanting of Sanskrit faded, the sandalwood fragrance faded, and the formation crumbled. Within the formation, the flames within the eyes of the phoenix's corpse were extinguished. The golden peacock king's figure was forcefully separated and exploded into a mist of blood within the void. The white-clothed Buddha's entire body trembled. He could no longer suppress it, and golden blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Kong Xian's path towards the Tao realm came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 1822. After a few epochs worth of hard work, years of running around and preparation, one of the strongest all-heaven immortals in history, Mahamiyuri finally had the chance to ascend to the Tao realm in this era. However, today his hopes were dashed when Yen Zhaoge broke through the five-colored sacred light and arrived in front of Mahamiyuri Amitabha Buddha attempted to obstruct him and protect Mahamayuri. However, the monkey waved his cudgel again and repelled the immeasurable heavenly lord, blocking Amitabha Buddha. Amitabha Buddha's expression was filled with bitterness as usual. While blocking the monkey, he glanced at the immeasurable heavenly lord. After being obstructed by the monkey, Yin Zhaoge gravely injured Kong Xian and destroyed his path to the Tao realm. Daoist, Luya, Neza, and the others were shocked. During such a crucial moment, they didn't have to obstruct Mahamayuri. On the contrary, if Mahamayuri could ascend to the Tao realm, Yin Zhaoge might be able to do Mahamayuri a favor if he did things properly. In the past, the monkey was born in the demon race and cultivated his unparalleled cultivation. He was from Taoism and had nothing to do with the Western Pure Lands, the Immortal Court, and the Devil Tao. Currently, Mahamayuri was from both the demon race and Buddhism. Ascending to the Tao realm was more important than anything else. It was understandable for him to side with whichever side helped him the most. If Kong Xian supported the Eastern Sovereign Tai after ascending to the Tao realm, even if the vast freedom Heavenly Devil recovered, he would still be at a disadvantage. If Kong Xian couldn't ascend to the Tao realm experts of both sides would still be 4 against 3. According to Taoist Luya's thoughts, Yin Zhaoge didn't have to be so resolute. There wasn't any irreconcilable enmity between him and Kong Xian. The white-clothed Buddha spat out another mouthful of golden blood. He raised his head and looked at Yin Zhaoge, only to see Yin Zhaoge sighing. Sorry for the offense. Yin Zhaoge looked at Kong Xian and said calmly, from the start to the end, this wasn't your chance to ascend to the Tao realm. Today, you are just like Luya, South Pole, and Xuandu in the past. Kong Xian was at a loss. Then he was shocked. All those years ago, even though the 3 golden immortal realm experts that fought for the fortune of the Tao realm in the 9th Hell Trap had failed, they weren't the only ones who failed. The ancient Dipankara Buddha also returned in defeat. Why didn't Yin Zhaoge mention the Dipankara ancient Buddha? This was because there was a fundamental difference between the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other 3. From the beginning to the end, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the only candidate that Amitabha and the Western Pure Lands supported to ascend to the Tao realm. Amitabha wanted to find an opportunity to kill the Maitreya Buddha in the 9th underworld puzzle. However, from the beginning to the end, he had supported the ancient Dipankara Buddha in the fight for the opportunity of the Tao realm. He had no other choice. The first choice of the East Emperor Tai and the Grand Supreme Elder was actually Monkey, not Tao Lord Luya, the great Taoist Master Xiandu, or the great Emperor Longevity of the Southern Extremity. Having understood this, Mahamayuri looked at Yin Zhaoge in shock. Right at this moment, the seemingly motionless phoenix remained suddenly released layers of jade light. The jade light enveloped Yin Zhaoge's entire body. A white jade door appeared right in front of him, and then it opened. An immense suction force emanated from within the great white jade door, wanting to drag Yin Zhaoge within. The others were shocked to see this. The monkey was enraged. He immediately abandoned the Amitabha Buddha and chased after the immeasurable heavenly lord. A voice resounded from within the jade door. It was distant and faintly discernible, and it was hard to discern whether it was a male or female. This is how the Shakyamuni should be used. His tone was calm, without any fluctuations. It was as if he was talking to Yin Zhaoge and Mahamayuri, as well as the Amitabha Buddha, the Dipankara Buddha, and Tao Lord Luya. However, as the voice resounded, the Shakyamuni that transformed into the 5 golden Buddhas suddenly radiated brightly. Within the radiance, a silhouette was faintly discernible. It wasn't the Saha Pagoda from the 9 underworlds puzzle anymore. Instead, it was a human silhouette. That person had a sallow complexion, and his eyes were filled with benevolence and wisdom. He sat under the Bodhi tree and picked up a dumbra flower between his thumb and middle finger. After seeing that person, the monkey instantly yelled, "Tathagata!" Everyone present was extremely familiar with the silhouette sitting under the Bodhi tree. In the past, one of the two Buddhist patriarchs, the Tao ancestor Zhuani, had transformed into him. He was the head of the central blessed lands of Saha's western mystical mountains, Great Thunderclap Monastery, the Gautama Buddha, also known as the Tathagata Buddha. It was an existence that had transcended during the Middle Era. Currently, it wasn't the Shakyamuni Buddha that had transcended, that had returned to the primordial world. However, the golden body that was smiling while holding the flower was currently emitting surging Buddha radiances. Its aura was supremely majestic, and it didn't seem to be inferior to the current Tao ancestors. The Tathagata avatar blocked the monkey's path. The monkey, who was already enraged when he saw the white jade door devouring Yen Zhaoga, became even more enraged. He could tell that the Tathagata avatar in front of him had a limited duration, just like the Saha Pagoda. However, he was currently blocked and couldn't chase after the immeasurable heavenly lord. He could only watch as the white jade door was about to devour Yen Zhaoga, looking at the jade radiances erupting from the phoenix's remains, which transformed into a trap to deal with Yen Zhaoga, and then looking at the 5 Shakyamuni that had manifested into an unknown state. Kong Xian's gaze was filled with despair, and fatigue appeared on his face. Just as Yen Zhaoga had said, today wasn't his chance to ascend to the Tao realm. He was merely a cover. Even if he really had the chance to succeed, the immeasurable heavenly lord would be the first to reject it. If Yen Zhaoga and the others couldn't enter, the immeasurable heavenly lord might even let them enter and spoil Kong Xian's plans. What made Kong Xian feel the most exhausted was that Yen Zhaoga seemed to have already predicted the truth of this matter. Only he still stepped into it. Only now did Kong Xian wake up from his dream. He realized that everything that happened previously was merely an illusion. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone else to have their own thoughts. The Tao ancestors' gazes shifted between the Tathagata avatar, the immeasurable heavenly lord, and Yen Zhaoga. A voice resounded from within the white jade door. "Maitreya, this path belongs to you." Streams of light flew out from within the jade door again. Within every stream of light, a Taoist's image existed. Every Taoist's image was faintly discernible and ever-changing. It was as if countless people's silhouettes were alternating between each other. Every single moment was different, and they were constantly changing. It was obvious that they were the treasured lights condensed from a sea of incense and faith power. They were the humanly essence stone fragments. Everyone was shocked. Not only the heavenly essence stone, but even the humanly essence stone. The Amitabha Buddha looked at the white jade door deeply. Then his figure flickered and intercepted the humanly essence stone fragments, flying towards the Maitreya Buddha. The East sovereign Tai stepped forward and obstructed the Amitabha Buddha. The primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil coldly watched everything that was happening before them. After the humanly essence stone fragments flew out from within the white jade door, they stopped caring about the Tao realm bigwigs battle and focused on suppressing Yen Zhaoga. Chapter 1823. Amitabha Buddha failed to intercept the humanly essence stone fragment, so he didn't bother too much. Instead, he floated backwards. However, the primordial heavenly demon and the Mahesvara heavenly demon were blocking Amitabha's way. Behind Amitabha, the East Emperor Tai and Maitreya Buddha, who had received the humanly essence stone fragment, also surrounded him. Looking at the two sky fiends in front of him, Amitabha Buddha was not surprised. He just sighed silently. If the demonic path wanted the faceless heavenly demon to truly descend into the world, there were two methods. The first was to help Amitabha erase the existence of Maitreya Buddha, helping Amitabha surpass the Eastern Emperor Tai and transcend this era. The second was to obliterate Amitabha himself. Normally speaking, as one of the most ancient existences in the world, Amitabha Buddha's fundamental strength surpassed that of Maitreya Buddha. The two sky fiends joined forces with the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly lord against the Eastern monarch Tai, Monkey, and the Maitreya Buddha. Even though it was 4 against 3, they still had the upper hand. Thus, the previous situation was established. However, the monkey was temporarily held back by the Tathagata Dharmic body. The immeasurable heavenly lord made it clear that he would no longer help Amitabha. For the two sky fiends, they could either join forces with Amitabha to fight the Eastern monarch Tai and Maitreya Buddha, or 3 against 2, or he could join forces with the Eastern Emperor Tai and Maitreya Buddha to deal with Amitabha 4 against 1. It was obvious which one was easier, especially if they chose the latter, even if the Grand Supreme Elder suddenly intervened to help Amitabha, Maitreya Buddha, and the others might still have a chance. The probability of success had already reached the highest under the current conditions. The Maitreya Buddha was safe. Although the Eastern Emperor Tai might not go all out, it was enough. The immeasurable Empyrean was very satisfied with the current situation. The demonic path was very satisfied. The Eastern monarch Tai was very satisfied. And Buddha Maitreya was even more satisfied. Other than Amitabha, the only one who had a problem was the Tao sect. The monkey was obstructed by the Rulai Dharma body and found it hard to break through within a short period of time. Meanwhile, the great door of white jade manifested by the immeasurable heavenly lord emitted an immense suction force at this moment, wanting to drag Yen Zhaoge within. Under the illumination of the burning Tianyuan stone, Yang Jian and the others could only worry helplessly. He has given up the possibility of advancing in the path of heretical arts. What is his intention? Sua Mingzhang's gaze was cold. He has his eyes on the body of the 3 pristines and wants to take it for his own use. The third eye on Yang Jian's forehead kept opening and closing. That's most likely his plan, but what does he plan to do? Not to mention Zhaoge's shocking cultivation. Even a Tao ancestor would find it hard to possess him. Even if the immeasurable heavenly lord succeeds, he would only be cutting his feet to fit his shoes. How can he ensure that his foundation is stable? Tao Lord Luya and the other demons were equally bewildered when they saw that. The goddess of Wudong and Fairy Yunshao, who were in charge of the immortal vanquishing array, were helpless against the immeasurable heavenly venerate and the Gautama Dharma body. The Maitreya Buddha and the Eastern Emperor Tai could not be counted on at this moment. To the Maitreya Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly lord, who had abandoned the path of faith power, was no longer a competitor. The grudges between them could be resolved with the help of the humanoid essence stone. Amitabha was his greatest enemy and threat from the beginning to the end. To Amitabha Buddha, he wanted to get rid of Maitreya Buddha as soon as possible. On the other hand, wasn't the Maitreya Buddha the same? Only he couldn't do anything to him, and he had to be wary of his enemy's killing intent. While the Eastern Emperor Tai tried his best to ensure the Maitreya Buddha's safety, that was all he could do. He wouldn't take the initiative to fight against Amitabha Buddha. Once the Eastern Emperor Tai transcended, the Maitreya Buddha would still have to face Amitabha Buddha's threat. Now that there was such a chance to eliminate his core threat, how could he let it go so easily? While the Eastern Emperor Tai wasn't as desperate as the Maitreya Buddha, he didn't have to save Yen Zhaoge no matter what. If he had to choose between getting rid of Amitabha Buddha and helping Yen Zhaoge, the Eastern Emperor Tai would undoubtedly choose the former. Amitabha Buddha was trapped in a tight encirclement, and it would be difficult for him to even escape. With a calm expression, he put his palms together. A green lotus appeared beneath him, and a treasured banner appeared above his head. Clear glazed radiance filled the skies. As the world's most ancient Tao ancestor, Amitabha Buddha naturally possessed shocking abilities. Riding on the green lotus, his figure flickered, and he instantly arrived before the vast freedom heavenly devil. The guiding banner above the Buddha's head slammed towards the vast freedom heavenly devil with a ferocious momentum, as if it could directly collapse the creation of the great Kiliakosm. To break out of the encirclement, the Amitabha Buddha immediately chose the weakest of his four opponents, the vast freedom heavenly devil. The vast freedom heavenly devil didn't clash head-on with the Amitabha Buddha. Instead, he took the initiative to evade, vanishing from the spot. Still, the Amitabha Buddha couldn't open a path. He had to face too many opponents today, and they were all too strong. The vast freedom heavenly devil vanished, and the primordial heavenly devil appeared in its place. Without wavering, he punched out, forcibly clashing with the Amitabha Buddha's guiding banner. The guiding banner flew back above the Amitabha Buddha's head, immediately turning in another direction to block the Maitreya Buddha's attack. At the same time, the Eastern Emperor Tai arrived. The Amitabha Buddha shook his head and closed his eyes. As the fragrance pervaded the air, a green lotus sea instantly appeared, shrouding him within. Above each green lotus, there was a relic that emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The radiance on the green lotus intersected, constructing the western land of tranquility and bliss together. It shone brightly in the universe, and there was no worry or fear. An ancient bronze bell appeared above the Eastern Emperor Tai's head. As the bell reverberated, formless ripples that seemed to be substantial spread out, shattering the universe. The Tranquility Buddhist land couldn't withstand such great power. The green lotus and relic exploded, and a corner of the Buddhist land was instantly shattered. However, immediately, the same number of green lotus reappeared, patching up the damaged Buddhist land. In the past, when the Amitabha Buddha took the initiative to attack, it actually didn't show his true abilities. Compared to attacking, this Western Pure Land Lord was more adept at defense. Although it wasn't as good as the mysterious yellow pagoda above the Grand Supreme Elder's head, the Amitabha Buddha was the Tao ancestor with the strongest defense in the world, apart from the Grand Supreme Elder. However, today his opponent was far more than one person. The ancient bronze bell above the Eastern Emperor Tai's head kept vibrating, and circles of ripples spread out. The primordial heavenly devil, on the other hand, was expressionless. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, punching towards the green lotus sea. The terrifying power that seemed like it could split the heavens and earth apart kept shattering the green lotus. The myriad devil progenitor and the primeval emperor attacked the sea of flowers from two different directions. The green lotus and relic were continuously shattering and being replenished. However, the speed at which they were destroyed couldn't keep up with the increase in damage. The vast freedom heavenly devil and the Maitreya Buddha stepped forward as well. The four Tao ancestors walked towards the center of the Sea of Flowers. On the other side, Yen Zhaoge didn't panic. He quietly looked at the white jade door in front of him. As the canopy above his head rotated, it unceasingly dispelled the suction force from the jade door. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Jade radiance gradually surfaced on the surface of Yen Zhaoge's body. However, he remained calm and looked towards the jade door. Grand Heavenly Lord, it's been a long time. Chapter 1824. Within the jade door, a silhouette vaguely appeared. A pair of indifferent, majestic, and all-encompassing eyes stared at Yen Zhaoge quietly. Yen Zhaoge had seen many images of that silhouette. Any Taoism's direct disciple would have seen his portrait. The Jade Emperor. After the three clear Grand Masters had transcended, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person in Taoism. He might even be the #1 grand, heavenly realm existence. His full name was the Vast Heaven Golden Palace, Supreme Exalt, Naturally Miraculous Amitabha Absolute Jade Emperor, also known as the Jade Emperor. The Benevolent Jade Emperor was also known as the Profound Sky Exalted Emperor or Profound Sky Exalted Emperor. Ever since the Great Calamity, he had never appeared in the world. Currently, Taoism's disciples had only seen his portrait and knew of his appearance. However, they had never seen him in person. Not only had Yin Zhaoge seen his portrait, but he had also seen him in person. Only it wasn't in this life. Instead, it was when he was the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository spirit. At that time, the Jade Emperor was the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's lord. However, the Great Calamity was also because of this. During the Middle Era, you helped the Tathagata Buddha. Is this the repayment that the Tathagata Buddha left for you? Yin Zhaoge's gaze moved between the white jade door and the Tathagata's avatar. During the middle journey to the West Era, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had communicated with the central blessed lands of Sahas Buddhists to aid the spread of Western Buddhism. In the past, the great sage equaling heavens had wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Court. In the end, he fell into the Tathagata Buddha's trap. In the end, during the Middle Era, Buddhism flourished. The Tao ancestor Zhuan-Ti, also known as the Tathagata Buddha, successfully took the final step and transcended this world. Yang Jian and Neza looked at the majestic sovereign within the jade door with a complicated expression. You're just like the Maitreya Buddha in the past. Under normal circumstances, the door leading to the Tao realm was sealed. That's why you accepted the humanly essence stones fragments provided by the Western Pure Lands and walked on the path of the heretics. Yang Jian frowned and asked, you even intended to use the heavenly essence stone to illuminate all Taoism's descendants and continue to serve you. Fortunately, the great emperor of Ziwei, the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation, the primordial deity Jin Yuan, and the Queen Mother of the West stopped you from achieving your full potential. Facing this familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Neza's eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, unfortunately, they all died because of this. The dignified sovereign within the Jade Gate finally spoke again. It's not a pity. They played their part. Hearing these words that sounded like praise, a mocking expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. To you, it is so because the Joss Flame external Tao was originally only the second best solution for you. Ascending to the Tao realm has never been your goal. It's not like you have no other choice. It's just that you want to deceive everyone for your true goal. Yin Zhaoge looked straight at the Jade Emperor. Of course, you'll also have to fight for enough strength to ascend to the Tao realm. Only then will you have more time and more power to fight against the other Tao ancestors. You'll be able to grasp your fate in your own hands and plan for your ultimate goal. Even if you can't achieve your first goal, you're already a Tao ancestor, surpassing all immortals and living beings. Neza looked at the Jade Emperor within the Jade Gate in shock. Yang Jian and Tao Lord Luya's gazes landed on Yin Zhaoge. They looked at the Jade Emperor, continuously trying to engulf Yin Zhaoge with the white Jade Gate. The canopy above Yin Zhaoge's head rotated, resisting the attraction of the Jade Gate. No, that's not right. Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Perhaps you were helpless before. Ascending to the Tao realm with the Joss Flame external Tao was your initial plan. And in the beginning, was just your backup plan. In case you failed during the Great Calamity, you still had a way out. Now, everyone knows that I'm related to the Elder Lord. Indeed, I'm related. Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh. However, you're the one who's more related to me. The Jade Emperor of the past and the current immeasurable Heavenly Lord said, you're even more outstanding than I expected. He didn't confirm or deny Yan Zhaoge's guess. However, it was enough. The wind fire praying mat left behind by the Lord of Tao and virtue is indeed in your hands. Yan Zhaoge stared at the immeasurable heavenly Lord. It's not the Elder Lord. It's you who brought me to this world of creation. Because of the three clear treasures, the Elder Lord was alerted. The Elder Lord's thoughts were hard to predict. He lived in seclusion all year round. The Jade Emperor bet that he wouldn't interfere this time. However, the Elder Lord interfered. Within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository, a peerless heavenly scripture that only Yan Zhaoge could see appeared. Although the Jade Emperor couldn't see the contents of the scripture, he noticed the Elder Lord's actions. After the initial shock, he realized that the Elder Lord didn't seem to have any other actions. After some consideration, the Jade Emperor made a bold decision. Under the circumstances, he came up with a new plan that was even crazier. Even his original plan of ascending to the Tao realm through the Joss Flame external Tao was compromised and became a support and cover. In the 8th rank world, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor wanted to make things difficult for me. He vaguely noticed that I'm related to you, which was why he wanted to get rid of me. Yan Zhaoge said plainly. After that, he realized that I seemed to have the Elder Lord's handiwork. As such, he gave up on the idea of getting rid of me and prepared to use me in the future. Perhaps he wasn't aware of the details, but he vaguely felt that this was an opportunity he could make use of. Yan Zhaoge smiled and raised his voice. Southern Extremity Taoist, you should be able to hear my voice right now. The reason why you dared to make use of the Elder Lord's help was because you thought that you could take advantage of the situation between the two Tao ancestors, right? Within the boundless void, the faint sound of thunder resounded as if a long sigh was coming from afar. Yangjian, Neza, Taoist, Luya, and even the Western Pure Lands Dipankara Ancient Buddha, and the others were all silent. The immeasurable heavenly Lord didn't mind listening to Yan Zhaoge's words. Although the white jade door couldn't suck Yan Zhaoge in, layers of jade radiances were slowly enveloping his body. Yan Zhaoge wasn't in a hurry. While continuing to fight against the immeasurable heavenly Lord, he asked, I've thought through many questions. However, there's one that I still don't understand. He looked at the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Why me? Is there a reason? Or did you just randomly pick me? No matter if it's this place's fortune or your origin, your comprehension of martial arts principles is unparalleled. Even those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul aren't as good as you, said the immeasurable heavenly Lord plainly. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. I'll accept it. Yan Zhaoge said. However, I'm sorry. I can't let your plans succeed. Chapter 1825. The immeasurable heavenly Lord didn't comment on Yan Zhaoge's words. He stood within the white jade door with a calm expression. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, the immeasurable heavenly Lord opened his palm, and a futon suddenly appeared on his palm. Yang Jian, Neza, and the other Taoism descendants were shocked when they saw the futon. That was the wind-fire futon that the grand, clear Lord of Tao and virtue had brought along with him before he transcended, just like the 3 treasures jade scepter left behind by the primordial heavenly Lord, and the green duckweed sword left behind by the Lord of Numinous Treasure. The Lord of Tao and virtue also left behind treasures after he transcended. These treasures all belonged to the Tushita Palace and continued to be held by the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. However, one of them was circulated outside, and that was this wind-fire futon. It was just that after the Jade Emperor obtained the wind-fire futon, he kept it a secret. Others couldn't calculate the 3 clears' inheritance, and the Elder Lord didn't care about it. Thus, no one knew about it. Now, this treasure appeared in front of Yang Jian and the others again, which made their emotions even more complicated. Although they had only heard a few words, people like Yang Jian and Taoist Lu Yi already understood the whole story. It was this wind-fire futon that caused everything that happened after. It also brought that miraculous young man to this world, Yan Zhaoge. Only, maybe they should call him something else. Over there, I'm also called Yan Zhaoge, and I also look like this. As if he knew what they were thinking, Yan Zhaoge smiled in a relaxed tone. He didn't turn his head, but stared at the wind-fire futon in the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's hand. As the praying mat spun, it rolled and unrolled, and a figure appeared on it. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face disappeared, and he stared coldly at the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the figure sitting on the futon. Suo Mingzhang didn't care much about the truth that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was the Jade Emperor, unlike Yang Jian, Neza, and Taoist Lu Yi. However, when he saw this figure, Suo Mingzhang's breathing paused. It was a young man, and his facial features were exactly the same as Yan Zhaoge's. The man wore a pair of trousers and a short-sleeved shirt. Suo Mingzhang and the others felt that the style of his clothing was weird. His hairstyle was also short, similar to Suo Mingzhang's. However, Suo Mingzhang's short hair was unusual in this world. Yan Zhaoge's hair was also short, but compared to Suo Mingzhang's, it was still half long. Yan Zhaoge was expressionless as he looked at the version of himself in jeans and a t-shirt with a crew-cut hairstyle. A photo frame appeared in his hand. The person in the photo was dressed exactly the same as the person in front of him. It was his physical body from his previous life on the Cerulean planet. It was indeed swept back by you using the wind-fire prayer mat. Yan Zhaoge stared fixedly at the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and his previous life's fleshly body. Theoretically speaking, the current Yan Zhaoge could change his appearance as he pleased or change into a tree, a flower, a stalk of grass, a mountain, and so on. However, others, especially experts of the same level, would be able to tell whether it was real or fake. If it was a variation of a unique skill, like the 8-9 mysteries, it would be very difficult for others to tell. The current him had long shed his mortal body and pushed open the immortal gate. His primordial spirit could coordinate with the transformation of his body and was no longer a flesh and blood body. However, looking at his previous life's fleshly body, now, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel the connection between them. Although it was faintly discernible, it was an extremely close connection. Yan Zhaoge couldn't feel it when his fleshly body was wrapped within the wind-fire prayer mat. Now that he was released from the wind-fire prayer mat, Yan Zhaoge immediately felt it. Yang Jian and the others could also vaguely feel the connection between Yan Zhaoge and that fleshly body. They could also tell that it wasn't a fake product of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Instead, it was the real Yan Zhaoge's previous life's fleshly body. However, due to the secret art contained within, even with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation, he still couldn't sever the connection between them. After all, that was already destined before he reincarnated. The primordial heavenly devil, Eastern sovereign Tai, and the others all glanced at the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. They recognized the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's true body. However, they were gradually becoming clearer about Yan Zhaoge's inner secrets. Previously, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had used the incense fire heretic as a cover, concealing everything very well. Only now did the Amitabha Buddha and the others finally see through the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's true goal. Not much was needed. The few Tao ancestors had already understood what was going on. What the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wanted was Yan Zhaoge's foundation of cultivating in the 3 purities, and using this to achieve the great Tao. Yan Zhaoge was too strong. Even if he faced Tao realm bigwigs now, he would still be able to escape. Unless there was an opponent of similar cultivation level to hold Yen Zhaoge back, even a Dao ancestor would have a hard time suppressing or killing him, let alone capturing him alive or taking over his body. Although the immeasurable heavenly lord had used Mahamayuri as a trap to trap Yen Zhaoge, he still couldn't drag Yen Zhaoge into the white jade door after a long stalemate. Seeing Yen Zhaoge's fleshly body on the blue star, the few Dao ancestors understood where the immeasurable heavenly lord's confidence came from. Therefore, the question now was, should they stop him? The future Buddha, Maitreya, was the first to remain silent. He had counted the humanly essenced stone fragments that the immeasurable heavenly lord had handed over. There was still a portion that was still in the immeasurable heavenly lord's hands. It was obvious that he wanted the immeasurable heavenly lord to not take action. For the Maitreya Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly lord cultivating in another Tao and no longer competing with him for the incense fire faith power was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, there was still the Amitabha Buddha, his true enemy. The two heavenly devils wouldn't interfere either. Sending the Amitabha Buddha to perish and allowing the faceless heavenly devil to descend into the world was what the devils needed. The monkey was enraged. However, he was blocked by the Tathagata's body. Dong Huang Tai hesitated for a moment. To him, the most important thing was to send the Amitabha Buddha to perish. After that, even if the immeasurable heavenly lord chose to cultivate in another Tao, he still wouldn't be able to compete with the Dong Huang Tai in this era. The only thing to worry about was that Yen Zhaoge's 3 purities cultivation was far too outstanding compared to the current grand heavenly realm. If the immeasurable heavenly lord successfully seized Yen Zhaoge's foundation and made it his own, his strength might surpass his expectations. However, thinking about how Yen Zhaoge still stepped into the immeasurable heavenly lord's trap without any hesitation, the Dong Huang Tai guessed that he had something to rely on. In the worst-case scenario, the immeasurable heavenly lord would succeed. By then, the other Tao ancestors could join forces to resist him. As such, the Dong Huang Tai didn't stop and continued walking towards the center of the Green Lotus Sea. The immeasurable heavenly lord looked at Yen Zhaoge calmly. Let's bet on whether the Grand Exalted would come or not. I don't think that's necessary, said Yen Zhaoge. Even though he could feel the connection between his previous life's body and himself, Yen Zhaoge's expression remained unchanged. The canopy above his head rotated, continuously resisting the suction force of the white jade door. If this continued, the Tathagata's body would be the first to dissipate, and the monkey would arrive first. However, the immeasurable heavenly lord didn't panic. The Grand Exalted might not come. However, some people will eventually come. Yen Zhaoge sensed something and tilted his head. A familiar silhouette appeared from afar. Yen Di, Chapter 1826. Yen Zhaoge looked at the tall man in the distance and felt that the white hair on his temples seemed to have increased. Yen Di had already ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and he had long shed his mortal body. It was a piece of cake for him to regain his youthful appearance. It was just that Yen Di had never cared about such problems. Currently, his appearance looked much more tired than before. It was completely a projection of his state of mind. Yen Zhaoge recalled that he and Yen Di hadn't met for thousands of years. Ever since the 9 underworlds puzzle, Yen Di had been in seclusion ever since he ascended to the grand heavenly returning mountain. To people of Yen Zhaoge's and Yen Di's cultivation bases, secluded cultivation lasting thousands of years in a single session was actually a very common occurrence. However, Yen Zhaoge knew that Yen Di's seclusion wasn't only for cultivation. After investigating his own problem, Yen Zhaoge also understood what was wrong with Yen Di. That jade plate, that token plate originated from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, but was related to Yen Di and the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Before the 9 underworlds puzzle, Taoism didn't have a Tao realm bigwig, which prevented anyone from deciphering its true meaning. After the 9 underworlds puzzle, the monkey ascended to the Tao realm. However, Yen Di didn't need his help, because he himself had ascended to the grand heavenly realm. The jade plate was related to Yen Di and the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Other grand heavenly immortals couldn't decipher the jade plate's secret, but Yen Di could. Studying this jade plate made Yen Di feel like he had fallen into a nightmare. 1,000 years passed in an instant. 1,000 years passed in an instant. Yen Di might not be able to feel the flow of time in the outside world while in seclusion. Now that he had exited seclusion, he felt like he was in a trance for an instant. However, if he didn't exit seclusion today, he might still be immersed there. When he exited seclusion, Yen Di understood the secret hidden within the jade plate. And it was the information contained within that made this man, who had always been arrogant and proud, look so tired now. He looked at Yen Zhaoge with a myriad of emotions mixed within his gaze, which were hard to describe. Yen Zhaoge sighed softly. Why was it that Yen Zhaoge, who had always kept his mouth tightly shut and carefully concealed his secret, did not mind revealing it to the world today? Because when he knew that the one who transmigrated him here was the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the secret was no longer a secret. If it was the elder Lord who had transmigrated him here, Yen Zhaoge could still ignore it. The Grand Supreme Elder's thoughts were unpredictable. Everything could be said or not. Although there might be a day when everything was said, it was not certain. The Grand Supreme Elder knew that he could actually pretend that it did not exist, but the immeasurable heavenly Lord was different. The so-called secret had the value of keeping it a secret, which was why people had been diligently concealing it. As long as no one knew about it, the secret had its value, regardless of whether it was positive or negative. On the contrary, the day the value was realized, there would naturally be no more secrets to speak of. As the immeasurable heavenly Lord had schemed for so long, he would naturally not keep this secret for him. Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge had not disturbed Yen Di before this. Some things had to be faced eventually, sooner or later. It was the same. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di stared at each other, neither of them speaking. Yang Jian and the others looked at the pair of father and son who had once shaken the world, unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. They all had worried expressions. To them, whether it was a dove occupying a magpie's nest or a soul returning from the dead, Yen Zhaoge was still that Yen Zhaoge they knew at the end of the day. However, things were different for Yen Di. This youth before them was incomparably outstanding, far more outstanding than the child in their memories. After so many years, the two had long since developed a true father-son relationship between them. Still, this was different at the end of the day. Moreover, it was this youth before them who had been concealing the truth all along, doing his best to resemble the original owner of this body. Neza's figure moved slightly as he wanted to advance. Yet, he was stopped by Feng Yunsheng. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, only to see her shaking her head lightly. Neza hesitated for a moment before finally halting. Feng Yunsheng gazed at Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. Besides Yen Zhaoge, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the absent elder Lord, she was the only one who had known the truth before today. Therefore, she had remained composed in the face of all that had happened earlier. It was only now that even the usually fearless Feng Yunsheng felt her heart twitch. The immeasurable heavenly Lord was also silently looking at Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di. He pointed at the figure seated on the wind-fire prayer mat. "Slay this body, and your son shall return." Yen Di slowly swiveled his head, gazing at Yen Zhaoge's previous life's fleshly body. Yen Zhaoge did not seem to feel the threat that Yen Di might pose as he looked at the immeasurable heavenly Lord, asking, "So the grand simplicity splendor cloud was really created by you? It is rare to meet such a suitable couple. It is a match made in heaven and earth, just what I wanted," the immeasurable heavenly Lord said indifferently. His match made in heaven and earth naturally did not refer to Yen Xintong and Di Qinglian being a perfect match for each other. Instead, he referred to them actually being of the direct lineage of the Jade Clear lineage and the Prime Clear lineage, both possessing outstanding talent and originality as they had researched and analyzed a new peak martial art that combined the supreme martial arts of the two lineages, simultaneously possessing the forte of both lineages. The immeasurable heavenly Lord's grand simplicity splendor cloud could be put to good use here. It was a perfect match for his plans. How could he not be satisfied? So, it is not that I look like him. Instead, it is that he looks like me from my past life. This really is... Yen Zhaoge looked at his previous life's fleshly body, then at Yen Di before lowering his head to look at himself. It was not without reason that the immeasurable heavenly Lord did not permit Yen Di to slay the current Yen Zhaoge, instead wanting him to slay Yen Zhaoge's past body. What he wanted was not to slay Yen Zhaoge. Instead, he wanted to wrest away Yen Zhaoge's foundation of simultaneously cultivating in the three purities with the support of a special ritual. It required a specific person and a specific martial art to execute this slash. The person was Yen Di, and the saber was the creation saber that had been nurtured by the grand simplicity splendor cloud. In order to prevent other Tao realm mighty figures from noticing anything, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had split up the plan many times. Now, it was time for them to converge. With this slash of the saber, the immeasurable heavenly Lord succeeded. Yen Zhaoge resisted the devouring of the great door of white jade with all his might, yet still seemed powerless to stop Yen Di under the control of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The blazing fiery light of the heavenly essence stone obstructed Feng Yunsheng and the others, only allowing Yen Di to pass through. Yen Di gazed at Yen Zhaoge's past life's fleshly body before shifting his gaze to Yen Zhaoge himself. The father and son pair looked at each other again. Yen Zhaoge could feel that a formless barrier had been erected between him and Yen Di at the end of the day. The middle-aged man in front of him looked more unfamiliar than before. However, within his gaze, there seemed to be many familiar things. Yen Di slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Purple radiances circulated within his palm, which naturally formed a long saber. Wherever the saber pointed, the momentum of the heavens and earth seemed to be advancing. It was unstoppable and all-conquering. The purple saber was slowly raised, illuminating Yen Zhaoge's face. Then he swung it down. His target, the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The violent and domineering saber light overturned all creations and engulfed the masses. Foolish beyond measure, the immeasurable heavenly Lord's gaze was as cold as ice. The previously exhausted man's gaze was now blazing like fire. "You're the foolish one. Do you think that I can't tell who caused all of this today? Even if I want to bicker with him, I'll have to wait until after I slay you. Then I'll have my son return and slay you to end everything." Even in front of a Tao ancestor, the majestic and domineering saber light didn't retreat at all. Wherever the saber pointed, it pressed forward with indomitable will. Chapter 1827. Overflowing purple radiances slashed towards the white jade door. It resembled a purple tidal wave crashing against the white shore. As the seawater receded, the reefs remained. His opponent was a Tao ancestor. Yen Di was mentally prepared for this. However, he remained fearless and unhesitant. No matter who it was, he dared to unsheath his saber. The immeasurable heavenly Lord calmly looked at Yen Di. He wasn't enraged and said calmly, "If that's the case, I'll settle for the next best thing." As soon as he finished, Yendi's brows furrowed. He could sense that the white jade door was also exerting a great suction force on him, as if it was trying to drag him inside. "Whether you and Yen Zhaoge fall out or not is within my expectations." The immeasurable heavenly lord said indifferently, "Your resistance is futile." If Yen Di slashed out with this saber, the immeasurable heavenly lord would succeed, and Yen Zhaoge wouldn't be able to resist it anymore. If Yen Di didn't slash out with this saber, the immeasurable heavenly lord would first possess his body, before seizing Yen Zhaoge's authority of cultivating the 3 clear lineages. With an additional hand, it wouldn't be as perfect as before. However, it wouldn't change the final outcome, which the immeasurable heavenly lord could accept. Splitting up the plan, simplifying it, increasing the number of steps and variables. Naturally, the risk of failure would increase. However, to the immeasurable heavenly lord, the most direct threat had always been other Tao realm bigwigs. As long as he hid it from the Amitabha Buddha, the Eastern Sovereign Tai, and the others, everything would be prepared. Even if there were any variables, the immeasurable heavenly lord could still control it. Just like what Yen Zhaoge had said, this was one of the reasons why the Jade Sovereign ascended the Tao realm. With sufficient strength, he could ensure that his plan wouldn't deviate from the right track. "You're not Yen Zhaoge." The immeasurable heavenly lord looked at Yen Di, and his tone didn't fluctuate at all. Under the attraction of the white jade door, Yen Di's figure quickly approached. "Unlike Yen Zhaoge." "You're wrong." Yen Zhaoge said, "Your actions are futile." As he spoke, Yen Zhaoge headed towards the boundless distance. Within the vast void, radiances lit up. A black-clothed man and a green-clothed woman seemed to be situated at 2 extremes. One was at the beginning, while the other was at the end, although the spatial distance was far, and the time span seemed to be boundless. Nia Jingshen and Yu Yi vaguely connected with Yen Zhaoge once again. The 3 pure ones were one, and they could exchange what they needed. Looking at the great door of white jade before him, as well as the jade light on his body, Yen Zhaoge smiled. As the canopy above his head spun, not only did it stabilize his body and prevent him from being pulled back by the white jade door, it even began to pull back the layers of jade light. Not only did the jade light on the surface of Yen Zhaoge's body not fade, it instead began gradually solidifying. His entire person seemed to be sealed in a piece of white jade. However, not only did its aura not weaken, it became even more profound. Within the great door of white jade, a great amount of jade light was drawn out by Yen Zhaoge congregating on his body. Affected by this, the white jade door's attraction towards Yen Di weakened as he instantly stabilized himself once more. Perhaps you've thought about the path of cultivating the 3 purities at the same time and have made many preparations for today. Yen Zhaoge gazed at the immeasurable heavenly lord. "Still, at the end of the day, I am the one who has steadily walked this path, having arrived here step by step." The immeasurable heavenly lord was neither shocked nor angry. Instead, he nodded. "That's right. But you had too many flaws earlier." As he spoke, he pointed his finger in the air. Within the white jade door, other than Yen Zhaoge's fleshly body in the cerulean star, another figure appeared. It was a person whose entire body was pure white, resembling a jade stone. However, this person's facial features were soft and had the aura of a living person. However, just like Yen Zhaoge's fleshly body in the cerulean star, his eyes were closed, and no breath could be seen, as if he had perished. Looking closely, everyone only felt that this jade carving-like person's facial features were distinct, and also somewhat similar to Yen Zhaoge's. Others might not recognize him, but Yen Zhaoge couldn't be clearer about it. Looking at that body, he felt neither sorrow nor joy in his heart, only feeling rather emotional. As expected, this body of my second life has also fallen into your hands. In the past, when Yen Zhaoge had first transmigrated, he had become the spirit of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. After the initial uneasiness and fear, Yen Zhaoge, who had gradually calmed down, started to browse through the books of the Divine Palace, and at the same time pondering over the reason for his transmigration. Yen Zhaoge knew that he wouldn't be able to hide the changes of the martial repository's spirit from the peak experts here. Now, of course, he knew that it was the instigator, the Heavenly Court's Jade Great Heavenly Lord, who had concealed the secret. At that time, Yen Zhaoge, who knew nothing about it, not only had his desire to become a new person, but also wanted to test the reactions of those legendary bigwigs. He had done something that could be said to be a crazy move, to create a new body for himself, who had already become the spirit of the martial repository. After a long period of effort and attempts, he finally succeeded. In the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, another person appeared out of nowhere. However, just like how Yen Zhaoge had transmigrated into the martial repository, this fake body that he had created still seemed to be unnoticed by anyone. During the Great Calamity, when the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had suffered a calamity, and after the martial repository had been destroyed, Yen Zhaoge had also lost contact with his second life's body. And now, this body had once again appeared in front of him. Now that he thought about it, it was naturally the Jade Great Heavenly Lord's handiwork. Now that they met again, Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel that this fake body that he had created during his second life was the same as his first life's body on the Blue Star. It had a vague connection with his current self, the Jade Great Heavenly Lord of the past. The current immeasurable Heavenly Lord extended his finger, and the jade-like body trembled slightly. Even Yen Zhaoge's original body trembled. The jade-like outer shell that enveloped him instantly dissipated. His movement of retracting the jade radiances from the white jade door stopped. The canopy above his head shook slightly. Yen Zhaoge was showing signs of being engulfed by the white jade door again. Even Yen Di's figure became unstable, and he was about to be engulfed by the white jade door. "Rise!" Yen Zhaoge let out a soft yell. Nie Jingshen and Yu Yi, who seemed to be at the two extremes of time and space, raised their hands at the same time. A jade scepter that flickered with purple, white, and golden radiances, and a long sword that circulated with clear radiances resembling floating water stood at the two extremes of creation. They were the Triratna scepter left behind by the jade-clear primordial Heavenly Lord, and the green duckweed sword left behind by the prime clear numinous treasure Heavenly Lord. As Yen Zhaoge stood within, his entire body emitted clear qi, which projected the myriad phenomena of creation. At the same time, he seemed like the incarnation of the great Tao, which contained boundless profundities. The three fused together and counterattacked the immeasurable Heavenly Lord once again. Yen Zhaoge had realized his past and still dared to step into the trap. It was as if he was walking right into the trap. Without a doubt, he had something he could rely on. He wanted to reap benefits by borrowing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's methods. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord wanted to snatch away his body that cultivated the three clear lineages. He wanted to borrow the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's hands to advance even further. Today, it wasn't Mahamayuri's opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. Instead, it was Yen Zhaoge's opportunity. I knew you had some tricks up your sleeves. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord wasn't surprised. He casually pointed with his finger, and two clumps of radiances flew out, aiming for the Triratna jade scepter and the green duckweed sword. One of them was the wind-fire praying mat, while the other was the divine pestle left behind by the Tathagata Buddha, Chapter 1828. The wind-fire prayer mat had always been the possession of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. He was also using it to bring back Yin Zhaoga's previous body on the cerulean star, just like how Yin Zhaoga had brought back that picture frame. As for the divine pestle, it was originally held by Mahamyuri. After that, Mahamyuri begged the immeasurable heavenly Lord for the remains of the phoenix in order to obtain the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. In exchange, he gave the divine pestle to the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Mahamyuri's aura was currently weak as he had long since fled, avoiding the clash between Yin Zhaoga and the immeasurable heavenly Lord. This stage did not belong to him. His mission had been completed, so it was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he might be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, sensing the divine pestle, Kong Xian looked back and could not help but feel even more complicated. The immeasurable heavenly Lord no longer cared about Mahamyuri's feelings. The only thing he had to do now was to subdue Yin Zhaoga. It was extremely difficult to achieve transcendence through incense, not to mention that there was Maitreya first. If he gave up on this path, he would already have the foundation of cultivating the three purities. Turning it into his own foundation, his future path would be even wider. At the same time, the immeasurable heavenly Lord believed that his strength would definitely improve tremendously if the three pure ones were to successfully cultivate the great Tao. The grand heavenly sovereign was the king of the zenith heaven realm, revered by the entire universe. But that was all. With the Tao ancestors above them, how could they be called supreme beings of the heavens? It was fine if he didn't want to be a grand Empyrean. If he wanted to be a grand Empyrean, he would be the ancestor of the grand Tao, the only ruler of the primordial chaos. How could the immeasurable heavenly Lord not know that Yin Zhaoga wanted to use this to ascend to the Tao realm? Everyone was just fighting for a thread of victory. However, with the wind-fire prayer cushion, and the divine pestle having fallen to the Triratna jade scepter, and the Qingping sword respectively, after possessing Yan Di's saber, there was no longer any doubt as to who the victor would be. Even if Taishang Laojun were to intervene now, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was confident that he could persuade the two sky fiends to stop him. Otherwise, Yin Zhaoga's ascension to the Tao realm would be even worse for the devils than the immeasurable heavenly Lord. At that time, the Eastern Emperor Tai and Maitreya Buddha would only put in more effort to besiege Amitabha to prevent the rare opportunity from slipping away. Now that the ritual had been activated, the momentum had been formed. If the other Tao ancestors wanted to interfere and prevent him and Yin Zhaoga from succeeding, it was already too late. If the immeasurable heavenly Lord failed, Yin Zhaoga would definitely ascend to the Tao realm. The 9 underworlds experienced a great calamity. The Taoists prevailed, and the devils disappeared. The Taoists prospered. The Taoists perished. The Taoists stepped on the corpses of the devils to rise again. The grudges between the two sides were irreconcilable. If Yin Zhaoga advanced a step further, becoming a Tao father like the monkey, even if the Elder Lord didn't make a move, with the descent of the faceless heavenly devil, the devils would also be hard-pressed to resist. The immeasurable heavenly Lord was well aware of Yin Zhaoga's intentions. Still, he had created a situation where the two tigers would fight each other in order to force the two great heavenly devils to make a choice that was beneficial to him. Although it was a fight between two tigers, the moment the fight began, the outcome was already decided. Today, unless the three pure ones who have already transcended return, the outcome is already set. The immeasurable heavenly Lord tossed out the wind-fire praying mat and the reinforced divine pestle towards Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi respectively, aiming for the Triratama jade scepter and Qingping sword respectively. The 4 treasures all originated from mighty figures who had already transcended. Even the Tao ancestors of this world, apart from the special Grand Supreme Elder, could not control them freely, but at certain times it could play a mysterious role. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord had long since known that the Triratna Jade Scepter and the green duckweed sword were in Yen Zhaoga's hands. Similarly, he was already prepared for it. Yen Zhaoga looked at the wind-fire praying mat and the reinforced divine pestle flying out from the white jade door. He suddenly laughed to the point where his body rocked back and forth. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord's gaze turned serious. Yen Zhaoga raised both of his hands and pointed towards the Triratama Jade Scepter and the Qingping sword. The two treasures were shrouded by a clear qi and radiated with radiance. Then the Jade Scepter and the sword circled within the void and disappeared. The praying mat and the divine pestle both missed their target. "Command!" Yen Zhaoga's voice was like thunder, and he yelled. The reinforced divine pestle remained unaffected and continued descending towards the vast starry river, disappearing into the distance. However, the wind-fire praying mat slowly stopped. Then the treasure trembled and flew back to Yen Zhaoga's head. While Yen Zhaoga resisted against the white jade door's suction force, he lifted his hand and released streams of clear qi, which landed on the wind-fire praying mat. The praying mat revolved and trembled nonstop. The Triratama Jade Scepter and the Qingping sword reappeared, hovering above Nie Jingshan and Yu Ye's heads. "Even if I tell you, you still don't believe me." Yen Zhaoga looked towards the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. "If you don't walk on this path yourself, even if your Tao realm abilities allow you to deduce and gain a lot, you wouldn't know how difficult it is to walk on this path. Similarly, you wouldn't know what you can obtain by walking on this path. Today you've succeeded. What I have will become yours. But now they're all mine." Yen Zhaoga shook his head. "You don't want to walk on your own and want me to help you. If that's the case, what makes you think that you can win against me now?" He raised his hand and swung it downwards. The Triratama Jade Scepter, the wind-fire praying mat, and the Qingping sword all shone with radiance. Then 3 streams of light traversed through space and instantly appeared in front of the white jade door, slamming against it. Amidst the rumbling sound, cracks appeared on the white jade door's surface. It was a shocking sight. Yen Zhaoga extended his hand and shook the canopy above his head. Streams of clear qi revolved on the canopy, resembling a dragon whirlwind. They gathered into a clump and slammed against the cracked jade door. Rays of jade radiance dispersed and were engulfed by the canopy, which then strengthened Yen Zhaoga's body. The jade radiance on the surface of Yen Zhaoga's body solidified once again, sealing his entire body within. In the end, he turned into a statue-like existence. Even the other Tao realm bigwigs frown upon seeing this. Someone who cultivates the 3 clear lineages and ascends to the grand heavenly realm can utilize the 3 clear treasures to such an extent. The Triratama Jade Scepter, the wind-fire praying mat, and the Qingping sword flickered continuously. The wind-fire praying mat returned to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's side. However, at this moment, the praying mat revolved and swept towards the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord raised his palm and pushed forward. The wind-fire praying mat stopped in front of him and revolved, unable to approach him. However, the praying mat quickly enlarged and enveloped the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord's gaze flickered, and he attempted to break through the praying mat. However, with such a delay, the Triratama Jade Scepter and the Qingping sword flew towards him. As the Qingping sword slashed down, Yen Zhaoga's first life's fleshly body on the blue star was instantly sliced into 2 and dissipated. Under the Triratama Jade Scepter's attack, the second life's fleshly body that he had forged in the Heavenly Court's divine palace was shattered into pieces. The jade-like body shattered, revealing a vague silhouette within. It seemed like the body originally contained something within. After the body was shattered by the Triratama jade scepter, the silhouette contained within was also sucked away by the Triratama jade scepter, instantly disappearing without a trace. Upon seeing this, the other Tao ancestors' movements paused for a moment. The primordial heavenly devil nodded towards the vast freedom heavenly devil. The black ancient mirror descended from the void. However, the windfire praying mat, the Triratama jade scepter, and the Qingping sword were retracted at the same time. They transformed into streams of light and entered the body of the white jade statue that sealed Yin Zhaoge's original body. There was a click sound. A crack appeared on the surface of the statue. Chapter 1829. Cracks appeared on the white jade statue, and then layers of clear light surged out from the cracks. The clear light was endless, illuminating the universe. The entire creation world seemed to be dyed with a layer of clear light at this moment. It was not just the creation of this universe. The new creation created by the monkey when he ascended to the Tao realm was also bathed in the clear light. Being illuminated by the clear light, the thoughts of those who were in it became blurry. The world in front of their eyes seemed to have suddenly changed. At this moment, everyone seemed to have returned to the primordial era before creation was created. The world was formless and intangible. It was difficult to distinguish the distance between space and time. Countless ordinary people looked at everything in front of them in a daze. They watched as everything they were familiar with disappeared. Everywhere they looked, there were scenes that they could not understand, surmise, or describe. All the cultivators in the world, be it humans or demons, Buddhism or Taoism, were shocked at this moment. They enjoyed the primordial scene that only existed in legends and ancient texts to most people. They were immersed in it and forgot to return. However, everyone was shocked and frightened. They could not understand why the world in front of them had suddenly changed. Even when Mahamayuri was trying to break through to the Tao realm, although he had stirred up changes in all things in the world and disintegrated the 5 elements, as if he wanted to refine the world again, there had not been such a huge commotion. Mahamayuri resonated with the universe, but it was a gradual process. It had never been like this, instantly changing the world, as if bringing all living beings back to the source of the river of time. Just as everyone was shocked and bewildered, the scene in front of them changed again. The world was lifeless, and there was dead silence. The stars in the universe dimmed. There was no light, no temperature. The principles of creation had completely collapsed and ceased to exist, and the entire world was in a distorted and chaotic state. The chaos gradually dissipated. What remained was not peace, but silence, until everything no longer existed. Everything disappeared and returned to nothingness. The ordinary people were still confused, unable to understand the scene in front of them. However, they could feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It came from the depths of their souls, as if their souls had been frozen. In the scene in front of them, all life was extinguished and all living beings were dead. Be it humans or demons, birds or beasts without intelligence, flowers, birds, fish, or insects, they were all dead. Being in such a situation caused everyone to feel suffocated, and it was as if they would perish here as well. From the perspective of the martial artists, although they had never seen such a scene before, they could roughly guess that this was the scene of the destruction of creation after the end of the world. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the river of time from before the creation of the world and arrived after the destruction of creation. This was not a natural calamity that occurred when one epoch changed from one epoch to the next. Instead, it was the entire world of creation, the universe that was heading towards its end, returning to nothingness. It was the end of the world, and also the beginning of the next reincarnation. In the next moment, the scene before everyone's eyes returned to normal. Everything was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, Tao Lord Luya, Neza, Yangjian, and the others naturally knew that it was not an illusion. That was because even existences like them, who had ascended to the grand, heavenly immortal realm, felt slightly dazed as they witnessed the changes in the world. With their strength, they could even feel that the universe, which was like the two extremes of yin and yang, and the creation of the primordial world, which were closely attached to each other just now, seemed to have gone through a cycle. To be able to shift the creation of two sides without harming anything within, how majestic would such power be? Everyone stared at the white jade statue. The cracks on the statue's surface grew larger and larger, and the clear radiance released from within grew brighter and brighter. On the other side, the cracks on the white jade door's surface grew denser and denser, gradually covering the entire door. The profound aura within grew weaker and weaker. Both sides were being weakened and strengthened. The unrestrained heavenly devil descended, and his 8 arms slapped towards the white jade statue that Yen Zhaoge had transformed into. However, the clear radiance released from the cracks on the statue's surface suddenly condensed into a beam, which was aimed towards the unrestrained heavenly devil. The unrestrained heavenly devil frowned, and an ancient mirror appeared in front of him. The clear radiance shot towards the ancient mirror and was deflected. However, before the unrestrained heavenly devil could continue forward, the clear radiance changed its direction and continued shooting towards him. The radiance was like a formless hand that repelled the unrestrained heavenly devil, preventing him from getting close. The unrestrained heavenly devil's figure transformed, and mirrors seemed to appear in every corner of the world. His figure was manifested from within, following his heart's desires, unrestrained and unrestrained. He successfully evaded the clear radiance and arrived in front of the white jade statue. However, at this moment, the statue completely cracked apart. A figure appeared from within. It was Yen Zhaoge. The current Yen Zhaoge didn't seem any different from before. However, everyone present, including the few Dao realm bigwigs by the void, had their gazes focused on him. A flawless treasured radiance lit up behind Yen Zhaoge's head, vast and boundless. This flawless treasured radiance was separated into 3 layers. Every layer of treasured radiance was flawless, clear, and bright, containing profound and unfathomable profundities. The 3 layers of treasured radiance combined into one. Formless ripples spread outwards. The unrestrained heavenly devil, who was already close to Yen Zhaoge, was slowly pushed away. The 3 layers of treasured radiance combined into one, and 3 streams of clear qi shot out from Yen Zhaoge's head. As the clear qi condensed, 3 silhouettes manifested, sitting side by side in the sky above Yen Zhaoge's head. Everyone looked over, and they were all shocked. The 3 silhouettes sat in a lotus position. From left to right, they had the appearance of an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man respectively. However, if one were to look closely, they would feel that every single one of them had the aura of an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man at the same time, as if they occupied the past, future, and existence at the same time. The 3 silhouettes either held a treasured fan, a treasured pearl, or a scepter. They sat side by side, emanating profound and boundless profundities. As the 3 of them fused together, they seemed to have described the entire meaning of this world's opening, ending, and opening up again. It encompassed everything in the world, and any question that was raised could be answered from it. 3 clear. The white jade door also shattered at the same time. The immeasurable heavenly Lord within the door looked at the three silhouettes above Yen Zhaoge's head. Jade clear primordial heavenly Lord, prime clear numinous treasure, heavenly Lord, grand clear Tao Lord. They were the external appearances of the three clear Taoism's three clear Taoists. The three silhouettes transformed simultaneously, turning back into three streams of clear qi. Then, the three streams of clear qi fused together and transformed into a formless and colorless qi. This qi rushed upwards and jumped out of the creation. It arrived above the void and appeared in front of the other Tao ancestors. Nothing in the world could touch this qi anymore. The two creations trembled, and the sound of the great Tao resounded. Within the primordial chaos, another person had stepped into the Tao realm. Chapter 1830. Yen Zhaoge's original figure disappeared on the spot. The qi in the void condensed into a canopy, standing side by side with the green lotus, white lotus, chaos bead, golden cudgel, ancient bell, and black mirror. The canopy gradually changed its appearance, and a human figure appeared. His appearance kept changing. He looked like the Lord of primordial beginning, the Lord of numinous treasure, and the Lord of Tao and virtue. In the end, he remained unchanged. His facial features were still Yen Zhaoge's. Today, after destroying his two previous incarnations, transforming the three treasures jade scepter, the green duckweed sword, and the wind-fire praying mat into his body, Yen Zhaoge had successfully taken that final step with the help of the immeasurable heavenly Lord's ritual. From then on, he had ascended above the immortal realm, overlooking all life forms of the nine heavens. There were no rules or immeasurable, and no words could describe it. It was the Tao realm. Another Tao ancestor had appeared in the primordial chaos. To a Tao ancestor, even if the creation was destroyed, it would just be another reincarnation, and another creation would be created. However, today, everyone felt something different. Yen Zhaoge looked at the shattered jade door. The white jade door shattered, and the jade light gradually dissipated. Amidst the light dust that permeated the boundless void, the immeasurable heavenly Lord's figure stood upright. After losing the humanly essence stone fragment, the immeasurable heavenly Lord's aura didn't weaken at all. However, after the white jade door shattered, he seemed to have suffered a huge blow to his vitality. In the eyes of those beneath the Tao realm, he was still an untouchable Tao ancestor. However, in the eyes of the other Tao ancestors, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had undoubtedly suffered a huge loss. In this battle against Yen Zhaoge, he had suffered a huge loss. Now that the ritual had ended, Yen Zhaoge had succeeded, and the immeasurable heavenly Lord had been defeated, he could move freely again. However, he quietly stood on the spot and looked at Yen Zhaoge, not saying a word. Yen Zhaoge stared at him and raised his hand. Tao lives and Tao perishes. Today shall be the day. He extended his palm and instantly arrived in front of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The immeasurable heavenly Lord's silent eyes finally shook, and radiance reappeared within them. Even though my preparations for an epic have turned into nothing, it is merely a new beginning. The immeasurable heavenly Lord's figure floated backward. When he was a grand immortal, he had prepared for all eternity, contending against the various Tao fathers. Up until now, he was only a step away from success, but in the end, he failed on the verge of success. Now, even though he couldn't fulfill his wish, he was at least in the Tao realm. So how could he not dare to start from the beginning and plot a new scheme? The immeasurable heavenly venerate's eyes regained their calm and tranquil look. All his emotions disappeared, all hidden in the depths of his heart. Your end is the end. There will be no new beginnings. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "These are my words." The palm he extended towards the immeasurable heavenly Lord seemed to emit an endless suction force. The immeasurable heavenly Lord, who was also in the Tao realm, was actually unable to retreat. Instead, his figure swayed, as if he wanted to take the initiative to rush towards Yen Zhaoga. A solemn expression on his face, the immeasurable heavenly Lord also extended a palm, blocking Yen Zhaoga. Layers upon layers of golden gates were erected, and jade light appeared once again, dyeing the 9 heavens' golden gates a jade color. Yet, Yen Zhaoga's palm was currently pushing forward, forcibly breaking through the 9 levels of the golden imperial palace as it arrived before the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The 2 palms collided. Heavenly, venerable, immeasurable's figure immediately shook. That arm of his which had come into contact with Yen Zhaoga vanished into thin air. The majestic and lofty, immeasurable, heavenly Lord suddenly lost an arm. It was as if the missing arm had never existed in the first place, never existed in the past, never to be reborn in the future. The immeasurable, heavenly Lord staggered backwards. The moment they clashed, he was already heavily injured by Yen Zhaoga. Everyone at the scene was astonished. Even if Yen Zhaoga had also ascended to the Tao realm, and his opponent, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, had suffered a huge loss due to his previous defeat, he was still a Tao ancestor bigwig expert. Previously, when he fought against the grand heavenly realm Yen Zhaoga, he lost because the immeasurable heavenly Lord wanted to subdue Yen Zhaoga. It wasn't purely a battle of life and death. No matter how weak the immeasurable heavenly Lord was, he was invincible against any existence beneath the Tao realm. It was the same for Yang Jian, Mahamyuri, Suo Mingzhang, and the others. However, such an existence was instantly heavily injured by Yen Zhaoga. Above the void, the Eastern sovereign Tai, the primordial heavenly devil, and the Maitreya Buddha had already broken through the green lotus sea. They even shattered the guidance pagoda, injuring the Amitabha Buddha. However, at this moment, the primordial heavenly devil suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yen Zhaoga. His gaze remained unmoving. The Eastern sovereign Tai and the Maitreya Buddha also placed their attention on Yen Zhaoga. The vast freedom heavenly devil was originally approaching Yen Zhaoga again. However, he immediately stopped, comparing the strength displayed by Yen Zhaoga in the various realms and his performance in the grand heavenly realm, as well as the immeasurable heavenly Lord's meticulous planning and the importance and desire he placed on this match. Everyone could imagine that after cultivating in the 3 clear Taos and ascending to the Tao realm, he would be as extraordinary as before. However, after witnessing Yen Zhaoga's actions, the few Tao ancestors still felt immense pressure. It was so huge that they wanted to make Yen Zhaoga disappear immediately. While there were strong and weak Tao realm bigwigs, they all had their own shocking techniques and remarkable abilities. Among the current Tao ancestors, there was only one who could be as domineering as the Elder Lord. However, even if the Elder Lord made a move, it wouldn't be so easy to make the immeasurable heavenly Lord suffer such a huge loss. After losing an arm, the immeasurable heavenly Lord's aura became even weaker. However, his current expression was calm. His emotions didn't fluctuate due to his injuries. If you guys don't make a decision soon, today would truly be the day when Tao lives and Tao perishes. Even in this era, it's still uncertain who would be able to transcend. In fact, everything in the future is unpredictable as well. The immeasurable heavenly Lord's tone was calm. While his words sounded like he was trying to provoke them, the primordial heavenly devil and the others remained silent. They could tell that the immeasurable heavenly Lord didn't purposely injure Yen Zhaoga to lure them into his trap. He didn't want to exaggerate Yen Zhaoga's threat to mislead them. Instead, Yen Zhaoga was just that strong. Because they could tell this, all the Tao realm bigwigs present, other than the monkey, felt a chill in their hearts. Especially the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil. Their gazes were even more solemn. The nine underworld situation was a tribulation where Taoism ascended and devils perished. Taoism rose up by stepping on the devils. The nine underworlds was destroyed because of the monkey, helping the monkey ascend to the Tao realm. The six great extinct devils were mostly killed by Yen Zhaoga. Until now, the primordial heart devil still hadn't been subdued by Yen Zhaoga. It had entered the eternal cycle of death. For Yen Zhaoga, this wasn't enough. From Feng Yinsheng to Chen Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong, Chu Lili to Shi Jun, Ying Yuzhen, and finally to Nie Jingshen. Although everyone was safe now, the bloodshed along the way would only end when the devils were completely annihilated. For the primordial heavenly devil and the Mahasvara heavenly devil, if they wanted to rise up the devils and transcend themselves, wouldn't they have to pass through Taoism? Looking at Yen Zhaoga in front of him, the primordial heavenly devil no longer hesitated. He turned around and ignored the Amitabha Buddha, directly rushing towards Yen Zhaoga. Chapter 1831. Although he really wanted the faceless heavenly devil to truly descend into the world, even if Amitabha Buddha had fallen, the faceless heavenly devil's descent still needed time to brew in the world. In this situation, the primeval demon could only temporarily put aside the matter of besieging Amitabha Buddha and focus on the present. Otherwise, he and the Mahasvara heavenly demon might have already died in the hands of others before the faceless heavenly demon descended. Would Eastern Emperor Tai and Maitreya Buddha continue to besiege Amitabha? Would they be able to send the world's oldest Buddha to the afterlife? The primordial heavenly demon was in no mood to ask about it. From this moment onwards, the only person he was paying attention to was Yen Zhaoga before him. The vast freedom heavenly devil's face was sunken as water. He advanced alongside the primordial heavenly devil, attacking Yen Zhaoga. Maitreya, don't forget that I and you played a part in the destruction of the heavenly court's divine palace. The immeasurable heavenly lord said calmly, the three clear lineage is facing a great tribulation. The western pure lands, the astral mountains, starry seas, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and the nine underworlds' demonic Tao are all involved in this. Their grudges and karma must be repaid. Maitreya Buddha was silent after the nine underworlds lay out, due to the pressure from the external enemies, with the monkey as the link, the orthodox Taoism, the demon race, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus vaguely formed a united front. The East Emperor Tai, the monkey, and the Maitreya Buddha joined forces to fight against the Amitabha Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly lord, the primordial heavenly demon, and the great freedom heavenly demon. However, this alliance was actually extremely loose. The key to maintaining the peace did not lie in the monkey's attitude, but in the fact that everyone had a greater grudge against each other. That was why the peace was barely maintained. The conflicts and hatred between the various families had not lessened either. Once the balance of power was broken, and one party's strength greatly surpassed the others, this loose alliance would quickly collapse. And now, the person who broke the balance had appeared. Yen Zhaoga successfully ascended to the Tao realm. The demons had the monkey to ease the tension, but the outcome was still unknown. The blessed lands of the White Lotus were in grave danger. After the great calamity, Taoism's direct lineage had fallen into an unprecedented low as they had been forced to flee for their lives. All this while, it wasn't just the immortal court that had been pursuing and illuminating them. There was also the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In the hands of the two heretic sects, the blood of the direct descendants of the Tao sect had not been spared. In recent years, the conflicts and grievances seemed to have been temporarily suppressed. However, no one had truly forgotten about it. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had not forgotten about it, and the Orthodox Taoism had not forgotten about it either. Maitreya Buddha looked at the immeasurable heavenly Lord as though he was looking at his future self. The place where Yen Zhaoge had ascended to the Tao realm was where the immortal court used to be. The immortal court of yesterday was like the blessed lands of the White Lotus of tomorrow, while the Amitabha Buddha was the one who wanted to kill the Maitreya Buddha the most. After seeing Yen Zhaoge's attack just now, his threat had already surpassed the Amitabha Buddha, causing the Maitreya Buddha to feel uneasy. After a short silence, Maitreya Buddha let out a long sigh and put his palms together towards Dong Huang Tai. I hope that your Majesty Dong Huang will send Amitabha to hell. Dong Huang Tai gazed at him. Have you made up your mind? Without the lips, the teeth will be cold. There is no choice but to do so. The White Lotus drifted, also descending towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge was able to see through the thoughts of the Maitreya Buddha like a blazing fire. But he didn't mind. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "Sooner or later, we'll have to fight. It's good that it all ends today." The rest of the people couldn't help but sigh inwardly when they saw him talking and laughing calmly. The immeasurable heavenly Lord went around, trying to unite everyone. Facing this, Yen Zhaoge did not use the path of disintegration, instead directly meeting it head-on. "I don't mind if you ask for help, but it's a little too noisy." He smiled at the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Even as he laughed, Yen Zhaoge remained unmoving where he was as he beckoned with his palm, a boundless suction force reappearing on his palm as he sought to drag the immeasurable heavenly Lord into the trap once more. The immeasurable heavenly Lord placed his remaining arm across his chest and shouted in a low voice. The Tathagata Dharmakaya, who was originally fighting with the monkey, abandoned the monkey and came down to assist the immeasurable heavenly Lord. After being worn down by the monkey, the Tathagata Dharma physique was on the verge of disappearing. But before it truly disappeared, its might was still there. The Buddha, who had a sallow complexion, used his 2 fingers to draw the sky and earth, revealing the true meaning of infinite compassion and wisdom. Amidst the majestic Buddhist chants, numerous Adumbra flowers descended, obstructing Yen Zhaoge's footsteps. As Yen Zhaoge's palm moved, numerous golden flowers were swept away. Wherever his palm touched, the golden light would disappear without a trace, never to be seen again. A Bodhi tree appeared above Tathagata's head. The Bodhi flower bloomed, and all living beings were enlightened. Those who were unenlightened would be stuck in the sea of bitterness, unable to reach the other shore. However, Yen Zhaoge's other hand was also raised. He forcefully separated his hands in front of his chest. Instantly, the boundless sea of bitterness was forcefully torn apart, and Yen Zhaoge reached the other shore. With a raise of his hand, the other shore was shattered. Under the Bodhi tree, he extended his hand and pushed. The Bodhi tree fell and dissipated, vanishing without a trace. The primordial heavenly devil had already arrived beside Yen Zhaoge. He similarly raised his hand and punched towards Yen Zhaoge. Wherever his punch went, the universe shook as if it was about to shatter. It was as if a new, great thousand of creation was about to be born because of this. It belonged to the demonic Tao, belonged to chaos, belonged to destruction, belonged to madness, belonged to the paradise. Yen Zhaoge merely glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, "I'm in the Tao Ascension realm. You're no longer in the primordial beginning realm." As he spoke, a cloud appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. It was blurry, just like chaos. Its borders were unclear, as if it was incomparably tiny, yet also seemingly vast and boundless. Feeling the primordial heavenly devil's attack, the cloud collapsed towards its center, transforming into a Taoist. The Taoist silhouette was faintly discernible. The surrounding clouds circulated, vaguely forming the frame of a carriage, which was filled with fragrant clouds. The Taoist sat on the frame of the carriage, and a cloud vaguely appeared above his head. At the center of the cloud, a golden lamp could be seen. As the lamp flickered, the surrounding chaotic chi flow fluctuated nonstop. Upon seeing this, everyone's heart trembled. Chaos, primordial, peerless cloud. Everyone looked at Nie Jingshan, only to see a cloud vaguely appearing above his head. The primordial heavenly devil is unique. How did this happen? Everyone was confused. The monkey wasn't obstructed by the Tathagata avatar and wanted to help Yen Zhaoga. However, upon seeing the cloud above his head, he stopped and stood between the East Sovereign Tai and Yen Zhaoga. If the East Sovereign Tai continued to make things difficult for the Amitabha Buddha, the monkey wouldn't interfere. However, if he wanted to join in the siege against Yen Zhaoga, he would inevitably be obstructed by the monkey. Without going through us, he directly distorted the grand Tao of this world. The East Sovereign Tai looked at Yen Zhaoga deeply. The monkey's eyes shone. 3 purities as one. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Something that defied logic and common sense was happening to Yen Zhaoga. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the chaos primordial peerless cloud above his head changed its appearance again. The Taoist silhouette collapsed, and the golden lamp of the cloud retracted towards its center. Everything disappeared. Only a single spot remained, which blocked the primordial heavenly devil's fist that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. Chapter 1832. The tyrannical and vigorous fist stopped in front of Yen Zhaoga. It seemed as if the primordial heavenly devil had stopped his fist. However, those with keen eyesight would be able to tell that Yen Zhaoga's boundless, chaotic, primordial beginning, auspicious cloud had shrunk to a single point. It was indescribable, and indescribable. Past, future, yin and yang, hot and cold, fast and slow, up and down, front and back, beginning and end. Everything no longer existed. Only that single point remained, as if it was the beginning and the end. Everything could start from this point, and everything could end from this point. Everything could be created, and everything could be destroyed. The primordial heavenly devil, who had the appearance of the purple Tenuity Emperor, coldly stared at Yen Zhaoga. His fist seemed to have transformed into chaos. It gave birth to all things, encompassed all things, and also annihilated all things. The primordial heavenly devil's fist suppressed the point formed by the boundless, chaotic, primordial beginning, auspicious cloud, and approached Yen Zhaoga. At the same time, the Maitreya Buddha and the vast freedom heavenly devil's attacks had also arrived in front of Yen Zhaoga. The white lotus descended. The massive lotus platform seemed to be formed by countless smaller white lotuses. The sea of white lotuses converged into 9 lotus platforms, as if it could bear the weight of the entire world. Within every white lotus, a golden Buddha sat. Every Buddha here was the future Buddha that believers in the blessed lands of the white lotus prayed to. Each of them had different appearances. Countless believers produced countless Buddha lights imbued with faith power, manifesting countless Buddhas. They sat on countless lotuses and condensed into a humongous Maitreya Buddha that filled the entire creation. The future Buddha, Maitreya, manifested his true form. He opened up a humongous Buddha palm and grabbed towards Yen Zhaoga. On the other side, the vast freedom heavenly devil's 8 arms converged in front of his chest. His palms were facing each other, forming a frame. Within his 8 palms, a formless mirror manifested. Boundless radiances converged on the mirror's surface. Then these converged radiances condensed into a ray of mirror light which shone towards Yen Zhaoga. One cultivated the incense flame heretic Tao. while the other didn't recover to his peak state after encountering a great tribulation. However, with the Maitreya Buddha and the vast freedom heavenly devil joining hands, their aura was so great that it caused one's heart to tremble. Together with the primordial heavenly demon, the three Tao ancestors attacked together and easily overturned the creation. However, Yen Zhaoge did not even look at the three of them. A pagoda suddenly appeared above Yen Zhaoge's head. Countless streams of the heaven and earth profound yellow qi that resembled roiling dragons and snakes descended from the pagoda, enveloping Yen Zhaoge's body. As the pagoda revolved, the heaven and earth profound yellow qi blocked the attacks of the Maitreya Buddha and the vast freedom heavenly devil, leaving Yen Zhaoge completely unharmed. It was not the shadow of the pagoda formed by the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite qi in the Book of Tao, but the real heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda, like the Grand Supreme Elder, invincible to all techniques, not restricted to physical objects. The gigantic Buddha palm bombarded the heaven and earth mystic yellow qi that danced like dragons and snakes. Unable to break through the heaven and earth Xian Huang qi, it gradually disintegrated and dissipated. The Buddha palm collapsed, revealing a cloth bag hidden inside. This human seed sac was Maitreya Buddha's true killer move, hidden under the Buddha's palm. Originally, he thought that after Yen Zhaoge broke through the Buddha's palm, the human seed sac would come into play and give Yen Zhaoge a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, Yen Zhaoge did not receive his attack at all. The heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda stood above his head, causing all of the Maitreya Buddha's schemes to fail. Moreover, he couldn't break through the small pagoda's protection, leaving him in an awkward situation. The vast freedom, heavenly devil's mirror light, was also blocked by the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda. This time, he did not scatter his attack. Instead, he gathered all of the mirror lights together and shattered the heaven and earth mystic yellow qi. However, even more heaven and earth mystic yellow qi descended very quickly. The vast freedom, heavenly devil was unable to advance any further. The fifth devil ancestor's heart trembled. There should only be one of this pagoda, and it should be with the Supreme Elder Lord. If it was someone else, the vast freedom heavenly devil would definitely think that the Elder Lord had lent his heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda to someone else. However, other than the pagoda above Yen Zhaoge's head, the vast freedom heavenly devil had also manifested the chaos primordial peerless infinity auspicious cloud. It was hard for the vast freedom heavenly devil not to have other thoughts. As the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda temporarily blocked the Maitreya Buddha and the vast freedom heavenly devil, the auspicious cloud beside Yen Zhaoge, which had already shrunk into a dot, underwent another transformation. The final dot was gradually disappearing, becoming invisible and inaudible. However, the primordial heavenly devil's gradually advancing fist was obstructed once again and stopped moving. The dot formed by Yen Zhaoge's auspicious cloud didn't disappear and cease to exist. On the contrary, the profound realm of neither life nor death, neither existence nor non-existence, was the highest state of manifesting the chaos primordial peerless auspicious cloud. It was also the most quintessential and strongest state. After manifesting the non-existent state, Yen Zhaoge's auspicious cloud even started suppressing the primordial heavenly devil, forcing the tyrannical chaos fist to retreat. A cold glint appeared in the primordial heavenly devil's eyes. At this moment, he felt like he was facing the primordial heavenly lord during the ancient era. His opponent, who occupied the primordial heavenly lord's position, naturally countered him and surpassed him in every aspect. He couldn't unleash his full potential and couldn't resist at all. It was often said that there were two types of nemeses. One was when one's strength countered the other's weakness. With this, He could try to use the other's strength to compensate for his weakness. The other was when your strength was also my strength. However, I'm stronger than you. I'm stronger than you in every aspect. Even if I'm just a little stronger, I'll always suppress you. My strength is boundlessly strong. Primordial heavenly devil, I've said it before. After I enter the Tao Ascension realm, you'll no longer be the primordial beginning. Yen Zhaoga's voice resounded once again. His tone was calm and didn't contain any intention of showing off or mocking him. It was as if he was merely stating a simple and unquestionable fact. The chaos primordial, peerless, auspicious cloud transformed into a shapeless, incorporeal, and limitless existence, forcing the primordial heavenly devil to retreat. Ignoring the 3 Tao realm experts' attacks, Yen Zhaoga continued walking towards the immeasurable heavenly lord. The immeasurable heavenly lord's expression turned solemn. He tapped his finger, and golden radiances faintly surged from his fingertip. The golden radiances burst forth and transformed into a surging golden heavenly river, which swept towards Yen Zhaoga. On the other side, the Tathagata avatar also extended his finger. With a smile on his face, he tapped in front of Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga smiled and extended his finger as well, tapping towards the immeasurable heavenly lord and the Tathagata avatar. With his finger tapping, the golden Adumbra flower wilted, and the majestic golden heavenly river dried up. The primordial heavenly devil, the vast freedom heavenly devil, the immeasurable heavenly lord, the Maitreya Buddha. If the Tathagata avatar was included, there would be a total of 5 Tao realm bigwigs attacking at the same time. However, Yen Zhaoga was still leisurely strolling around. After ascending to the Tao realm, the ancestor of a Tao is known as the Tao ancestor. Yang Jian looked at Yen Zhaoga and slowly said, "The Tao realm reigns supreme because Tao Lord Yen Zhaoga." Chapter 1833. When Yang Jian said the words Tao Master, more than one person around him said in unison. Among them were not only Feng Yinsheng, Suo Mingzhang, and Neza, but also Taoist Luya and other demon race great sages. While they were of different camps, looking at Yen Zhaoga's figure at this moment, they all felt a heartfelt admiration. They were all in the Tao realm, but he was fighting 1 against 5. Such a magnificent feat was unprecedented. Moreover, everyone noticed that a golden bridge had appeared beneath Yen Zhaoga's feet. At the end of the golden bridge was a massive black and white Taiji diagram of yin and yang. As the Taiji painting rotated, it bore the aftermath of the battle between the Tao ancestors. It stabilized the chaos void, the earth, water, fire, and wind, preventing the creation universe from being affected. Even the East Emperor Tai and the Amitabha Buddha were speechless when they saw this. Although the two of them were still fighting, they couldn't help but slow down. Buddha Amitabha should have taken this opportunity to retreat, but in the end, he stayed where he was. If Yen Zhaoga won, the loser would have to hide, but where could they hide? While the monkeys stared fixedly at the Eastern sovereign Tai and the Amitabha Buddha, his eyes also shone as he watched Yen Zhaoga make his move. Seeing the immeasurable heavenly lord and the Tathagata avatar attacking together, it was as if history was repeating itself. The monkey laughed coldly and cheered for Yen Zhaoga. "Well done! Let's hit them." The Eastern monarch Tai's gaze moved between the pagoda of heaven and earth and the boundless primordial beginning auspicious cloud, cultivating the 3 pure ones together, the 3 pure ones as one, the 3 pure ones as one, the 3 pure ones as one. His gaze was deep and distant. It's almost as if the 3 clear ones have returned and are attacking together. No, it's the authority and might of the 3 clear ones that belong to a single person. Moreover, it seems like they've all been strengthened. Yen Zhaoga separately blocked the future Buddha Maitreya, the vast freedom heavenly devil, and the primordial heavenly devil with the heavenly profound yellow exquisite pagoda, and the peerless primordial beginning auspicious cloud. Then he advanced step by step, destroying the attacks of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the Tathagata Dharmakaya. The immeasurable heavenly Lord let out a long breath. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Rulai's Dharmakaya sat in the lotus position, and his hands once again made a gesture of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth. Countless Adumbra flowers appeared in his avatar. Sarairas rose from the golden Adumbra flowers. Each relic gave off thousands of rays of light. Billions of radiances crisscrossed, as though they had opened up space and time to receive the central blessed lands of Saha of the Middle Era. The Gaia eye that had flourished for a period of time had descended. The pure land is bright, and there is no hindrance when traveling through a billion Buddhist lands. In the Buddhist kingdom, Bodhi could be seen everywhere, and the wisdom and compassion of the Dharma could be felt. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga raised his palm. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an enormous canopy that carried the fortune of the world and suppressed the entire world. Then, Yen Zhaoga's palm descended. The canopy also spun and crashed into the center of the pure lands of Saha. At the edge of the canopy, streams of supreme and infinite primordial chaos chi hung down and rotated with the canopy. The terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth collided with the pure land of Buddhism. Countless rays of light dimmed, thousands of sarairas shattered, and thousands of Adumbra flowers wilted. In the pure land, the forest of Buddha pagodas had collapsed, the virtue ponds had dried up, and the Bodhi wisdom tree had withered. The sky was overturned, the earth cracked, the tranquility was gone, and the Buddha's light was no more. What a scene of the Dharma-ending catastrophe! The flourishing pure land of Buddhism was instantly destroyed. Yen Zhaoga's palm was akin to a canopy, shattering the central pure land of Saha and causing the Buddhas to wilt. As the central pure land of Saha perished, the Tathagata avatar could no longer hold on and dissipated. Even the 5 Shakyamuni Sarairas were consumed and disappeared, ceasing to exist. On the other side, the primordial heaven devil snorted coldly, being suppressed by the chaos primordial beginning's infinite primordial clouds. His entire body transformed into chaos, and his body started collapsing towards the center. The two sides of chaos were crazily suppressing and devouring each other. The vast freedom heavenly devil was originally working together with the Maitreya Buddha to attack the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda, and they were slowly discovering something. Seeing the primordial heaven devil's actions, he pondered for a moment, and the mirror light suddenly changed direction. The vast freedom heavenly devil was attempting to assist the primordial heaven devil in devouring Yen Zhaoga's chaos primordial beginning's infinite primordial clouds. As long as he succeeded, the primordial heaven devil could reclaim his position, and he wouldn't be suppressed by Yen Zhaoga anymore. Yen Zhaoga finally turned around and looked at them. He smiled and said, "If you wish to die quickly, I'll grant it." Then he lightly pushed the crown on his head. Seeing his actions, the vast freedom heavenly devil's heart skipped a beat. As expected, a surge of clear chi rushed out from Yen Zhaoga's head, and it split into 3, transforming into 3 Taoists. A young Taoist who wore a 9 clouds crown and a crimson-red crane robe came riding on a beast and wielded a treasured sword. A middle-aged Taoist who wore a Ru-Yi crown and a pale yellow 8 trigrams robe came riding on a heavenly horse and held a Lingji Ru-Yi in one hand. An old Taoist with white hair and a youthful complexion who wore a 9 clouds crown and an 8 treasures longevity purple cloud robe came riding on an earth lion while holding a dragon beard fan in one hand and a Ru-Yi in the other. "Brother Taoist, we're here to help you," the 3 Taoists said in unison, and came beside Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga extended his hand upwards and waved, "Devil extermination." The three Taoists did the same thing and waved their hands. Within the void, golden radiances and yellow mists surged. Within the immortal extermination formation, the incongruence Divine Mother and the cloud sky fairy both prostrated towards Yen Zhaoga. "May the Tao Lord be blessed with immeasurable longevity." The immortal extermination, 4 swords flew past them and came beside Yen Zhaoga. He and the 3 Taoists held the 4 ancient swords, immortal extermination, immortal ending, immortal slaughtering, and immortal trapping respectively. Then an endless amount of evil chi and killing intent surged into the sky. A brand new, immortal extermination formation was situated here, and it even enveloped the primordial heaven devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil within. Amidst the surging yellow mists, 4 tall platforms were erected, and each of the platforms had a door. Yen Zhaoga and the others hung the 4 ancient swords on the 4 door shafts. Then they flicked their fingers and released thunder, which shook the ancient swords. The horrifying sword lights capable of collapsing the Tao descended like a downpour, and their targets were the 2 heavenly devils. The primordial heaven devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil immediately felt the difference of this immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination formation controlled by Yen Zhaoga, who reigned supreme in the Tao realm, was naturally different from before. Moreover, he still had the 1 chi transforming into 3 clears, which was equivalent to 3 clones of the Tao realm. How could the immortal extermination formation of the past compare to this formation? It's even stronger than the immortal extermination formation laid down by the numinous treasure during the final phase of the ancient era. The Amitabha Buddha looked at the immortal extermination formation, and his emotions fluctuated. The immortal extermination formation. As the name suggested, any immortal who entered the formation would perish. Other than the monkey, who possessed the earthly essence stone, no one beneath the Tao realm would be able to survive after entering the formation. Even Tao realm bigwigs couldn't protect them. On the other hand, if Tao realm experts entered the formation, the immortal extermination formation wouldn't work. However, Yen Zhaoga's immortal extermination formation wasn't only capable of exterminating immortals. It was capable of extinguishing Taos. Devils bear witness to evil perishing. If you all perish under this formation, it would be a worthy death. Yen Zhaoga said plainly, "Today, let's see who's more ruthless." Chapter 1834. Following Yen Zhaoga's words, swords rained down from within the formation. The primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil attempted to break out of the formation. However, sword lights filled every direction, every angle up to the sky, and down to the ground. There were no blind spots at all. The primordial heavenly devil had nowhere to hide. He could only transform his body into chaos, nothingness, and devour the dense sword lights. Every sword light slashed within the chaos, causing the indescribable and indescribable profundities within the chaos to fade by a little. A single sword light couldn't cause any qualitative changes. However, as thousands of sword lights accumulated, the quantity was sufficient to trigger a qualitative change. The blurry chaos gradually became clearer, and its profundities became weaker and weaker. The primordial heavenly devil could feel that his injuries were continuously accumulating. A 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. When the accumulated fine cracks reached a certain scale, it was the time for the whole thing to collapse. The vast freedom heavenly devil's figure vanished into nothingness. An ancient mirror seemed to have lit up at every corner of the space. The mirror images were endless, and they were everywhere. The mirror lights reflected each other and overlapped with each other, hoping to disintegrate the formation or find a way out of it. However, the dense sword lights continued pouring down. The mirror lights that reflected each other were all slashed apart by the sword lights. Even if the mirror images were everywhere, the sword lights would immediately appear around them, drowning and destroying them. The countless mirrors that seemed to be located at every node of the space couldn't spread out of the formation, and were confined within the formation. The sword lights continued pouring down, appearing at every corner of the space. They didn't miss their target and shattered one mirror after another. The space where the ancient mirror existed was continuously compressed from the outside inwards. In the end, it was forced to converge at a single point, revealing the vast freedom heavenly devil with 8 arms. The torrential sword lights continued pouring down, piercing through the vast freedom heavenly devil's body. The injuries alone weren't enough to kill him. However, even with the vast freedom heavenly devil's cultivation realm, he couldn't heal these injuries within a short period of time. The accumulation of tens of thousands of wounds was sufficient to destroy everything, even if it was a devil ancestor, like the vast freedom heavenly devil. Many grains of sand could form a tower, and many drops could form a mickle. As the torrential sword lights descended, the wounds converged together, tearing apart one of the vast freedom heavenly devil's arms. Then, the second one, the third one, an unbelievable and hair-raising scene appeared in front of everyone at this moment. If it was before today, no one would have thought that a mighty demon ancestor would actually fall to such a state. Even though the great freedom heavenly demon had suffered a great loss in the 9 underworlds layout due to the relationship between Taishang Laojun and the monkey, and even after many years, it still hadn't completely recovered and returned to its peak. The great freedom heavenly demon hadn't lost to this extent. They were completely powerless to retaliate and could only endure the torrential attacks of the sword lights. Their defensive line was slowly torn apart and then destroyed. Even though he was heavily injured in the 9 underworlds trap and had yet to recover, the great freedom heavenly demon was still one of the 6 ancestral devils, a top-notch mighty figure who had reached the Tao realm. But now, even the possibility of escaping seemed to have been extinguished. Not only the great freedom heavenly demon, but the primordial heavenly demon, who was stronger than him, was also having a hard time. The endless baptism of the sword rain made even the primordial sky demon feel miserable. His body transformed into chaos and kept wandering around, trying to devour and dispel the threat of the sword light. At the same time, he kept hoping that he could rush out of the formation. However, he couldn't do anything about it. The primordial heavenly demon was helpless, and the chaos suddenly shrank to a point that was almost empty. The next moment, the point of nothingness suddenly expanded and exploded, spewing out countless demonic chi and demonic will. The demonic chi and demonic will rushed in all directions under the violent explosion. The primordial heavenly demon used the heavenly demon disintegration art. As long as one demonic will could escape from the formation, there might be a chance of survival. His violent explosion at the moment of life and death was truly like the explosion of chaos and the creation of primordial chaos. The powerful explosive force even caused the entire formation to shake slightly. The terrifying sword light that filled the sky also paused for a moment. But in the blink of an eye, the sword rain came again. The sword light slashed down, destroying the demonic chi, demonic will, and demonic will that the primordial heavenly demon had split into. Although there was a lot of demonic chi and demonic will, there were even more sword light pouring out of the formation, covering all directions, not giving the primordial heavenly demon a chance to escape. While sweeping up the fish that escaped the net, it was also constantly destroying the primordial heavenly demon's vitality. When the spectators saw this, it was obvious how much of a shock they felt. Compared to the great freedom heavenly demon that had existed for a long time, everyone was more wary of the primordial heavenly demon that had been suppressed for many eras. As the ancestor of all demons and the strongest demon in the world, the primordial heavenly demon's strength was undeniable. He was suppressed by the primordial Lord of Heaven, not because the primordial heavenly demon was too weak, but because the primordial Lord of Heaven was stronger and innately restrained the primordial heavenly demon. But now, after the great freedom heavenly demon, the primordial heavenly demon was also on the brink of death. Since before the creation of heaven and earth, when there was still no time in primordial chaos, the primordial heavenly demon and the great freedom heavenly demon had run amok everywhere. If the Lord of Tao and Virtue and Amitabha hadn't taken the initiative to cut off the demonic Tao's providence, the demonic Tao might have been the lineage that produced the most Tao realm mighty figures. If the 12 heavenly demon formation could be completed, it would be the world's fiercest formation. But now, everything was ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Not only did the 12 heavenly demon formation turn into a bubble, but the primordial heart demon and the other great fiends also perished. Now, even the 2 great fiends were on the verge of death. From today onwards, the demonic Tao would become history. When the spectators outside the formation saw this scene, no matter what they thought before, they all felt complicated and sighed. And at this moment, the person who created all of this stood quietly in the formation, standing on a high platform. He had a leisurely expression, and he released a bolt of lightning that shook the immortal slaying sword that was hanging upside down on the door shaft. When the spectators saw this, more and more people were convinced. Tao Lord above, may you live forever. Since the primordial era, after the fall of the creation heavenly demon and Emperor Shi, although there were often storms and tribulations between Tao realm mighty figures, no Tao realm mighty figures had fallen. Since ancient times, countless immortal realm mighty figures had fallen, but Tao realm mighty figures had always existed. For example, back then, when the great freedom heavenly demon was heavily injured in the 9 underworld situation, it was already a rare and ferocious scene. However, what happened back then seemed ordinary now. Tao begets Tao. Tao begets Tao. More and more people chewed on this sentence in their hearts, and they were terrified. There were Tao ancestors who were reborn, and there were Tao ancestors who died. They died because of this newly born Tao ancestor. In this formation, there were 2 of them at once. And this wasn't the end. Like I said, the end is the end. There won't be a new beginning. Yen Zhaoge looked at the immeasurable heavenly Lord quietly. Today, the immeasurable shall end. Chapter 1835. Yen Zhaoge established the immortal extermination formation, trapping the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil within. The immeasurable heavenly Lord and Maitreya Buddha naturally hoped to rescue the 2 great sky fiends. It wasn't that they had deep feelings for each other, but that they would feel the same if the lips were gone. Even with so many Tao ancestors joining hands, they were still unable to do anything to Yen Zhaoge. If 2 more of them perished, they would have even fewer allies. Against Yen Zhaoge, they would naturally be even less of a match, hard-pressed to stand against him. At this moment, even Dong Huang Tai and Amitabha stopped fighting. Of course, the 2 of them were the most ancient existences in the world, and were the 2 almighty Tao realm experts who were the closest to transcendence. If there were no major accidents, in this era of transcendence, the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Amitabha Buddha would only have each other as their opponents. Both sides fought and schemed. To a certain extent, most of the problems in the current era were rooted in the 2 Tao ancestors, 1 demon and 1 Buddha. But today, a huge accident happened. Yen Zhaoge's ascension into the Tao realm was unprecedented in strength. Normally speaking, Yen Zhaoge shouldn't have ascended to the Tao realm so early. However, the immeasurable heavenly Lord helped him. Or rather, because of the immeasurable heavenly Lord's plan, a Tao Father who had mastered the three pure ones was destined to be born today. If it was not Yen Zhaoge, it would be the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The Eastern Emperor Tai and the Amitabha Buddha's path to transcendence was bound to be turbulent. Indeed, no matter if it was Yen Zhaoge or the immeasurable heavenly Lord, even if they had both cultivated the three clear lineages and ascended to the Tao realm, they might not be able to fight for the position of transcendence in this era. Still, while Yen Zhaoge himself might not be able to transcend, he could not decide who would be able to do so. However, his tyrannical strength gave him the ability to decide who could not transcend. The number of transcendents was limited. As for an existence like Yen Zhaoge, when the others were unable to contend against him even after joining hands, it would be equivalent to him attaining a stable transcendence position. It doesn't matter if I'm not ready. I killed all that was ready, and I waited until the day came when I was ready, Lord Maitreya Buddha, and the others could not be bothered to care about the instigator of all this, the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The most difficult problem before them was still how to deal with Yen Zhaoge. Now, Yen Zhaoge was unquestionably public enemy number one, a public enemy that made everyone despair. The Tao ancestors wanted to save the two sky fiends from the immortal extermination array. However, the current immortal execution formation was different from before. It was no longer the Tao ancestor who entered the array and could advance and retreat freely. It was not impossible to use the sword to break the formation, but one had to bear the corresponding risk. A moment of carelessness could lead to his death. The sword formation that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was not only aimed at the inside, but also at the outside, constantly repelling the attacks of the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the Maitreya Buddha, and the others. Within the formation, Yen Zhaoge left the platform and strolled leisurely towards the primordial heaven devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil. Then he raised his saber and slashed downwards. Therefore, everyone could only watch as the two sky fiends fell. Heaven and earth trembled. Creation trembled. Even if it was the fiend Tao, now that the Tao ancestor had fallen, it was as if the entire world was grieving. It's not just the black and yellow exquisite pagoda and the primordial infinite primordial cloud. Even the immortal extermination array, which is the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, has been distorted to such a state. The Maitreya Buddha silently looked at Yen Zhaoge. We exist in the same world as him. Even without going through us, he can still speak like this, and his words are like gold and jade. After the two sky fiends perished, the immortal extermination array started expanding outwards, intending to pull them within as well. The Maitreya Buddha finally let out a long sigh and transformed into a white lotus as he retreated. As for the immeasurable heavenly Lord, he was blocked by Yen Zhaoge. Immeasurable has its limits. The immeasurable heavenly Lord slowly repeated Yen Zhaoge's words. Then he stared straight at Yen Zhaoge and slowly shook his head. He did not speak. Instead, he raised his remaining hand, which emanated boundless golden radiances, and slammed it towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He similarly raised his hand, and a canopy's silhouette was faintly discernible. As the multiple supreme, limitless chaotic origins unity chis revolved, they shattered the golden palace in the immeasurable heavenly Lord's hand, and then shattered the immeasurable heavenly Lord's remaining hand. Yen Zhaoge pushed the canopy again, causing it to topple over and shatter the immeasurable heavenly Lord's body. The immeasurable heavenly Lord was expressionless as he looked at Yen Zhaoge's body shattering. His body seemed to be constructed from jade as well. Now it shattered and scattered, turning into ashes. the #1 grand heavenly realm expert in the past, the ruler of the heavenly court's divine palace, the Jade Emperor, perished just like that. Taoism had reached its peak under the 3 clear lineages. After the 3 clear lineages transcended, it started to decline. Through his hands, it gradually declined. In the end, the Jade Emperor personally gave Taoism a push, sending it into its lowest period in history. He also witnessed Taoism's resurgence. The final moment of his life was the beginning of Taoism's return to the peak of the myriad heavens. Within a day, Yen Zhaoge slayed the primordial heavenly devil, the vast freedom heavenly devil, and the immeasurable heavenly lord. His expression didn't change much. He only felt a little emotional as he looked at the place where the immeasurable heavenly lord perished. Although he harbored ill intentions from the start, the immeasurable heavenly lord was the one who brought him to this primordial world's fortune. Thus, many things happened after that. He experienced a life that he would never be able to experience on the blue star. He experienced many joys and sorrows, as well as the vicissitudes of life. And all of this would come to an end today, after dispersing the immortal extermination formation and returning the 4 ancient swords to the incongruence Divine Mother and Cloud Sky Lady. Yen Zhaoge nodded towards the monkey. "Thank you, Taoist brother, for running around for me." The monkey smiled and said, "I should be the one thanking you. You've truly broadened my horizons." "Sorry for embarrassing myself," Yen Zhaoge said. "Taoist brother, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back." The Elder Lord helped Amitabha to ask for mercy. "I'm also thinking of asking you to spare the Eastern Sovereign." The monkey knew what Yen Zhaoge wanted to do. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "The Elder Lord's thoughts are truly erratic. However, since the Elder Lord and Taoist brother asked for it, there's nothing I can't do. Only, even if I let them live, I'll still be able to deal with them in the future." His figure disappeared from the spot. The monkey covered his eyes with his hand and looked far away. Yen Zhaoge first went to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. On the blessed lands filled with blooming white lotuses, the Maitreya Buddha had just returned when he felt a chill on his back. When he turned around, he saw Yen Zhaoge. "From today onwards, this world no longer has any heretics," said Yen Zhaoge with a smile. He raised his palm and slapped towards the gigantic Maitreya Buddha, formed by countless Buddhas. The Maitreya Buddha sighed. He also raised his palms and blocked Yen Zhaoge's palm. The moment their palms came into contact, the Maitreya Buddha's body trembled like a gigantic sand sculpture and crumbled. Starlight shone from the crumbling gigantic Buddha's body. Countless streams of starlight surrounded Yen Zhaoge like the stars in the cosmos. These starlights were like layers upon layers of endless tribulations. They existed in the future, quietly waiting for the masses. The path ahead was filled with hardships. Only by converting could one obtain peace. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge smiled. He raised his hand and pointed, and the starlights dimmed. Then he slapped his palm again. The gigantic Maitreya Buddha, formed by countless Buddhas, instantly crumbled and turned into dust. After the dust settled, a fat Buddha holding a cloth bag was revealed. He sat in the lotus position on a white lotus. "In the end, we've all lost." The Maitreya Buddha no longer smiled and let out a long sigh. Yen Zhaoge raised his palm, and all the humanly essenced stone fragments belonging to the Maitreya Buddha fell into his hands. He took the human pouch and placed the Maitreya Buddha inside. Chapter 1836. With the humanoid bag containing the Maitreya Buddha, Yen Zhaoge clapped his hands together. The bag deflated. It also signified that another Tao realm bigwig had perished today. Today was destined to be a day engraved in history. 4 Tao realm bigwigs perished, exceeding the total number of years of history. Yen Zhaoge didn't continue staying in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Without the future Buddha and the humanoid essence stone, this place was destined to vanish into thin air. When the time came, someone from Taoism or someone else would come and settle things. Yen Zhaoge took a step forward, and the white lotuses in front of him turned into green lotuses. After arriving at the Western Pure Lands, Yen Zhaoge looked at the Amitabha Buddha, who had already returned. He said, "Taoist brother, please." The Amitabha Buddha closed his eyes and sat on the green lotus. He didn't reveal any aura, as if he had perished. During the previous calamity, he was besieged. If Yen Zhaoge didn't attract everyone's attention, the Amitabha Buddha might have perished on the spot. Although he managed to avoid this calamity, he was still extremely weakened. Only, even at his peak, he couldn't rival the current Yen Zhaoge. From this perspective, all of them had lost today. The Amitabha Buddha no longer cared about the future Buddha, Maitreya, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus current situation. After being gravely injured, he had already lost the confidence of transcending. Moreover, even if the Maitreya perished and he wasn't injured, the decision of who would transcend in this era would no longer be fought between him and the Eastern sovereign Tai. Instead, it would fall into someone else's hands. Without Yen Zhaoge expressing his stance, the Maitreya Buddha's existence wasn't important to the Amitabha Buddha anymore. The Amitabha Buddha could guess why the person in front of him came here. However, this wasn't something he could decide anymore. After greeting the Amitabha Buddha, Yen Zhaoge waved his hand towards the Western Pure Lands. The green lotuses separated into two, and a towering tree appeared within the blessed lands of Buddhism. It was lush and verdant, and boundless spirit chi filled the air as if it was the essence of the world. Fruits could be vaguely seen amidst the green leaves on the tree branches. Each of them resembled a baby. It took another 3,000 years for it to bloom, and another 3,000 years for it to bear fruit. It would take another 3,000 years for it to ripen, and could only be eaten after 10,000 years. However, if a person ate one, they could live for 47,000 years. Each time, they would bear no more than 30 fruits. It was the spiritual seed, the ginseng fruit tree that originally belonged to Zhen Yuanzi. During the great calamity that year, Zhen Yuanzi had been invited by the Purple Tenuity Emperor to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace to investigate the matter of the Jade Great Heavenly Lord's mysterious actions. In the end, the Jade Great Heavenly Lord had just happened to be attempting to illuminate Taoism, ascending to the Tao realm through the external Tao of incense. In the end, in the great battle, the Jade Great Heavenly Lord had still succeeded. Following that, the future Buddha attacked, and the Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed. The great calamity descended, and the various powers all participated in it, each taking what they needed as they swept through the world. Zhen Yuanzi perished at the hands of great heavenly venerate Jade Emperor, who was also known as the immeasurable heavenly venerate. His ginseng fruit tree also entered the Western Pure Lands. Yen Zhaoge didn't manage to find the ginseng fruit tree after annihilating the immortal court thousands of years ago. Today, he came to the Western Pure Lands to look for it. He waved his hand, and the ginseng fruit tree flew up from the ground and landed on his hand. Although it was out of the ground, it was not damaged in the slightest. It was still green, as if Yen Zhaoge's palm was the best fertile soil. Yen Zhaoge then pointed towards the green lotuses. Within the Western Pure Lands, several figures of light soared into the sky. They were some Buddhist bandies. Their bodies were shrouded in glazed Buddha lights. Currently, Yen Zhaoge had picked them out. Some of them had their palms pressed together, and their expressions were calm. Some of them were filled with anger, and some of them were filled with fear and unease. These Buddhist bandies were all people who had participated in the great calamity. Many of them had already been buried by the river of time. However, those who had participated in the Great Calamity could still be found. With Yen Zhaoga's current strength, he was very familiar with the details of the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoga was very clear about who had participated in the Western Pure Lands and who hadn't. There was no possibility of him missing out. Now, it was time to settle the score. Guanyin Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva stayed out of the matter, and now they are still sitting on the green lotus, looking at those who were picked out by Yen Zhaoga, the Bodhisattva of Avalokitesvara, and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's eyes were filled with pity. As for the Dipankara ancient Buddha, he sat within a clump of Buddha lights and appeared in front of Yen Zhaoga. "Someone really wants to meet you," said Yen Zhaoga plainly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression remained unchanged. During the Great Calamity, he was deeply involved in it. In fact, he could even be considered as one of the leading figures. Now that the monkey and Yen Zhaoga had ascended to the Tao realm, Taoism's decline had turned into prosperity. The day of settling the score had arrived. There weren't just a few Taoism's people who wanted to settle the score with him. Without a doubt, Neza was the first one who wanted to settle the score. And Neza wouldn't be the last. Tao Lord above, may you have immeasurable longevity. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression was calm as he bowed towards Yen Zhaoga. "Let's go." Yen Zhaoga extended his hand and grabbed the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others. "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect the great heavenly Lord to have such a plan." The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Yen Zhaoga with a complex expression. He was one of the few who knew of the immeasurable heavenly Lord's true identity. However, there were many things that exceeded his expectations. The more he looked at Yen Zhaoga, the more he felt it. Yen Zhaoga ignored the Dipankara ancient Buddha's sigh. In the next moment, he appeared in the Astro Mountains' starry seas. His goal for coming here was the same as when he went to the Western Pure Lands. Given the situation back then, even the monkey couldn't speak up for the demons now. At most, he wouldn't help either side. The Eastern monarch Tai quietly watched Yen Zhaoga take away the portion of the demon race that had been involved in the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoga met his gaze calmly. Now, he was merely collecting some interest. Yen Zhaoga had plenty of ways to deal with the Eastern sovereign Tai and the Amitabha Buddha, the two people who had truly caused the birth of the heretic Tao. When Yen Zhaoga returned to the Taoism heavens, the others were already waiting there. May the Lord of Tao enjoy immeasurable longevity and blessings. Regardless of their cultivation bases or seniority, everyone bowed towards Yen Zhaoga in unison at this moment. This bow was not only to show respect for Yen Zhaoga's supremacy over the Tao mirror, it was also to show respect for Yen Zhaoga's rise. It had shown that orthodox Taoism had returned to its flourishing age, truly ruling over the heavens once more and presiding over the 9 heavens. "You are too polite, everyone. Today we belong to the same path." Yen Zhaoga returned a half salute to them. He first went to the newly developed 5-manor locale and planted the ginseng fruit. May the Lord of Tao enjoy immeasurable longevity and blessings. The 5-manor locale's current locale master brought along everyone and bowed towards Yen Zhaoga. Then, after handing the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others over to others, Yen Zhaoga came in front of Yen Di. Xue Chuqing was also there. Currently, Xue Chuqing was looking at Yen Zhaoga with a complicated expression. Other than being injured when she was still a baby, the last time she had reunited with Yen Zhaoga was in the world beyond worlds many years later. To her, the young man in front of her was her child. However, she understood that this was different for Yen Di. Yen Di was also quietly looking at Yen Zhaoga. Currently, the fatigue within his eyes hadn't dissipated. Instead, it became heavier. To him, once he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. However, this time was different. Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, and a faint shadow flew out from his hand. When Yan Zhaoge took out the Triratna jade scepter and shattered the fake body he created in the heavenly court's divine palace during his second life, that body contained such a shadow. The shadow was absorbed by the Triratna jade scepter. Afterwards, the Triratna jade scepter fused with Yan Zhaoge, helping him ascend to the Tao realm and fusing with him. However, Yan Zhaoge could naturally separate the inverted shadow stored within. Before Yan Zhaoge made his move, he had already guessed it. After all, that body was the closest to his current life. Exchanging the two would be the most suitable and suitable. Although it's been a few thousand years, the immeasurable heavenly Lord had done some special treatment on it, which allowed it to be preserved until now, said Yan Zhaoge softly. Yan Di extended his hand and received the shadow. Xue Chuqing's lips moved, but no sound came out. For them, reconstructing their bodies wasn't a difficult task. What was difficult was everything that had happened before their eyes. Where should their family go from here? Master's wife, I'll be leaving first. After a long time, a smile appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face, and he spoke first. Don't call me master, said Yan Di decisively. Yan Zhaoge looked at him calmly. Let me think about it. Yan Di, who had always been straightforward and domineering, muttered after remaining silent for a long time. Xue Chuqing shook her head slowly and firmly towards Yan Zhaoge. Although she didn't say anything, she was obviously dissatisfied with how Yan Zhaoge addressed her. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards her, and then looked at Yan Di. After remaining silent for a while, he smiled and turned around to leave. As he was walking, someone held his hand from the side. Yan Zhaoge turned his head and saw Feng Yunxing's face. The woman's face carried a warm smile, and their gazes met. Much better than I expected. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face was a little more intense than before. Every day is better than the last, Feng Yunxing said with a smile. Yan Zhaoge looked towards the sky. Yeah. His gaze traversed through the layers of void and scanned the entire universe. He could see Suo Mingzhang as usual. Every time he returned from a trip, he would continue living in seclusion. For thousands of years, he would accompany the Sanghua divine tree. The man and the tree faced each other as if they could stay together for eternity. It could be seen that Yang Jian, who had always been carefree and did not care about external things, had specially set up an incense table on this special day, when the Tao sect regained control of the universe. He invited the remains of his master, perfected Yuding, and solemnly paid his respects. He could see Gao Qingxian leading Yu Yi, Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, Gao Qing, and the others to pay their respects to the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who had perished thousands of years ago. He could see his sect's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, offering incense to his master, the Broad Creed Mountain's senior Grand Master in the Eight Extremities worlds, Zhan Shilo, who had perished at a young age. He could see Shi Jun accompanying his mother, in Yuzhen, in picking herbs. Beside them was a young woman with a picturesque appearance. She was Shi Jun's wife. Although many existences continued to age and disappear, more and more new existences were born. Feng Yunxing asked, "What do you plan to do next? Assist the great sacred ancestor in transcending?" "That's what I plan to do," answered Yan Zhaoge. "I wonder if the great sage can emerge victorious after finding the Tathagata Buddha." Feng Yunxing thought to herself, "The great sage doesn't care about winning or not. He's determined to fight this battle, and he won't just let it go." Yan Zhaoge said, "The reason why the great sage is the great sage is because of his willpower and determination." Indeed, Feng Yunxing's thoughts wandered. She looked at Yan Zhaoge and asked, What about your own transcendence? Do you have any ideas? Even if I do, I still don't wish to leave, Yin Zhaoge said. Besides, I don't have the time to think about such things. Upon hearing the latter half of his sentence, Feng Yunsheng couldn't help but feel curious. Then, what are you thinking about now? As long as the other party's form and soul aren't extinguished, the Tao ancestor can retrieve the person from the reincarnation. Yin Zhaoge leisurely said, if no other Tao realm cultivators interfere. End of the book.